go back. But His Excellency, those new Cha-Cha CNG bus where you buy, where then they I know the day government has, but when we want start to the user, you know, say this kind of election time now in Nigeria still they happy. We don't see them say you don't buy sharp. Papa, how are you? Well, well done. Anyway, you do for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, they watch us online. We must continue to thank you. This bus don't reach like 10 years now. Now the former governor. Abi, don't reach 10 years.
They go 16 years.
This bus don't go 16 years.
60 years.
Let me say we are due for new one.
Yes. Overdue.
That's why Akpakomiza don't go carry some come now. That one not they use, they use diesel and fuel. And a CNG. I been an electric bus. Our governor go buy also. That's CNG.
100 naira.
No, not be 100 naira. For this election time, a free Mayana. No, for this election time, from now till January 16, now free. If they not carry us free, we'll change it for them. 300 naira. Who wants to die for the 300 naira? This is not there. This is not there. Anyone? His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Whoa. I beg, those new bus bring and come and make them go park on this one. Abi?
Yes, Edo people deserve it.
Edo people deserve.
We deserve to have a new bus.
A new bus.
Yes. Yes.
Well, say never enter street.
I bet may enter. May enter.
What they pay you for back?
If they pay me for, if I don't even get space to pull my leg. You know, see.
They should.
Prepare and add it to you.
No.
Also, waiting they have.
Comfort. Okay, this your son. No wonder.
Opa was the try for me.
Yes.
What you try for
My brother.
Okay, but the transport, say transport. This is not there.
No option this one.
This is not there.
Make out 200 naira.
From where to where?
From AVP to.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Because in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. I know say you don't buy, but bring them out.
I don't say they shine.
I know it's shining. But hunger day. Transportation, however, transportation is one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria. Even me as a worker, whether they work for private sector or government sector, you go see and say transportation don't take 90% of our salary. Now, hear what? May I tell you what they rain now? They say all the hustle, they hustle now. They say now belly and toilet with the hustle I put.
Now so when they be safe again.
What it concern you for what I talk so? What it concern you?
I make I help you finish am.
Say
Not be the country we dey.
say the work where they work. Na belly.
Na belle o, we no dey fit save again.
You mean say Nigerians now as a civil servant, you know if you save like 2 million naira. After you don't receive your salary, you know if you get 2 million naira as balance. No, say as a Nigerian, you don't work, pay house rent, feed the children, pay school fees, don't do it. You know if you get 2 million naira as balance for your.
Now me say you be Yahoo boy now.
Don't be say you dey work.
Then you want to see am.
We will increase your salary. This new bus, you go enjoy the AC.
Amen.
The new bus is coming.
Make the new bus quick on.
And you bring it
And make NEPA light day. No light,
You
no
go
light
buy
for
fan. You
building.
go buy solar fan.
No.
All the old women don't buy solar fan. So they carry solar fan follow body now.
You go
Go buy inverter fridge.
no light.
Go buy solar
No
fridge.
light.
We not go fit wait for NEPA again. We not fit wait for light. They want to kill us in this country. Everybody that they buy solar for us.
When you don't feed yourself.
Go borrow money from Lapo.
Who go and take it?
And then they go. If to say not be public transport, if you see Nigerians they trek. Even so many Nigerians now don't park their vehicle now. They don't pack big men now. People don't pack their motor.
Yes, now. Because of fuel. When it's too expensive. Eh?
Now this Iran-American war na ekosan. Na ekosan.
We not get refinery.
No, now because of the American.
We not get refinery.
Donald Trump don't want
We
Iran
not
now.
get refinery.
You know, you say we don't give out to Chinese company. You know, yeah. Excellency, I beg bring out the new boss. I beg. Oh, we'll bring out the new boss. This is about 15 years. We don't to repair this motor. Bring out the new. Okay.
What did they happen?
Oh, your money. Oh.
What did they happen?
500 naira.
What did they happen?
500 naira. But you don't tell her to enter this, but we still make government may bring out the new boss.
We now increase. So.
Wait, let me the answer. What did they happen?
See the way people they rush enter public bus.
What did they happen?
Now, no, it's Excellency. As an area journalist, I come. As an area journalist, this new bus, so make Edo people enjoy this bus till the end of this year. In fact, till January 16th.
Where this boy now?
Madam, you don't see other small bus enter where you call the enter this one. You don't see small one enter. You don't take up. Why you call the enter this cheap one?
It's not cheap now.
It's cheap.
I go say cheap. It's not cheap. This one is supposed to be free bus. No. 300 is it cheap? It's not cheap. It's supposed to be free.
You know you say fuel don't go up.
Okay, why did they want us to vote for them? Is it not because of all this?
Now they tell an American carry you free from now till January 16th.
See me now, I want to pay. I want to pay.
Oh my governor!
For this bus. I'm also a passenger. I stay in Airport Road. Just now you are in Airport Road. We do queue for it because it's cheaper. The other buses they carry 600, 700. You know, in this economic now, we cannot afford to pay such amount. That's why we are trying to manage and queue for the bus. We queue. We are many.
The governor have bought new Shasha bus.
Ah, we thank him. Long may he reign.
That bus AC deal.
Yes, we knew.
That bus not be cho.
You mean it?
That bus not be diesel, not be
You
fuel.
mean it?
That bus now.
Buzz for our governor.
It's not the hype up. So where are you going? Where are you going? Now you the enter goes Ghana or South Africa.
Also, waiting they
I want to personally warn and tell you people the truth and nothing but the truth. Santana. Madam, how business? How you the family? People they complain. I not talk say now. People they complain. Say that they sell Santana. Whether if they buy a rich ass, you call risky. Government wants start to call the checker now. Government wants start to check the Santana now.
We trust what we do because we dey eat from inside the Santana. We dey eat from inside. So me now, I go do wetin no good. I come dey eat from inside. I dey eat from inside.
If I buy this Santana go house now, like how many days if you stay for house?
Like this one where be like this now. If you stay 1 week, nothing go do am.
1 week.
Yes, nothing go do am. He get stash. The one wey no get stash, 3 days he don dey pere.
Okay, may I tell you now wetin people wey dey chop Santana dey complain. They say why be say Santana the smell, the cassava scent, it is scent well. These some people just chop Santana and once you tell them say chop am. If you just open some, wetin dey cause am?
That one another person go answer that one.
Wetin dey cause am?
I don't know, my own on the smell.
Your own no dey scent.
I say my own on the scent like that.
No dey smell like that. Because if you put them for water now, say you soak them, you quick wash them. Once if you too take for ground, now you go get that odor.
Yeah.
But if you quick wash them, quick make them, you know get that odor.
How much for that one now? 100 naira.
200
for one.
3,500.
And for restaurants, now they sell 1,000, 1,500 though.
500 for this one, sir. 500 for that big one. This one 500. From 9.
Yeah, give me 500 naira. I get now me. Wait. Me and my 4 children, and my wife and dog. No, that.
This one at 8 I'll give you.
8. And some restaurant they sell 1,500 naira. No say for this country they know they shame again. No, they. Okay, inside the Santana 500 when I buy. Now inside the soup, pepper. Oh yeah.
Now 9 now give us.
9 500 naira. That means say if I open restaurant now, how much I'll get for this one now? I buy how many? Give me 9 for 500. 200 naira. With soup. Thank you, eh? Thank you. So cut now. Thank you.
I greet you.
Don't chop today.
I never chop. Seriously.
You never chop today.
I never chop. It's just everywhere. It's ACB. They don't pack everybody come outside though. They say they want to do the market. So right now, they're hungry.
You know, like as government they do the market.
I like as they do this thing, but I don't know what they will not just evacuate everyone like that now.
You sabi chop satana.
I sabi chop amo.
Like how many satana you fit chop?
If I say 4, I go finish 4. Only
4 satana.
Only 4. I will tell you.
Like which kind of soup you use?
I will use correct melon soup.
Same bangasi water leaf.
Yeah, water leaf. All of the portion is
but you like to the chop satana?
Too much.
You like how
where?
Or dash you satana?
Okay. Hey.
I just buy another hot. Open na me, you know say na satana dash you.
I don't see.
Na 4.
I don't see. Ibabo.
I buy a dust now.
Okay. God will bless you. God will bless you.
Na 4, na 6, 9 days side.
Okay, you want to do the menu too?
You fit chop up. Carry, they go. Okay. I just buy a dust now.
No problem.
Mama can say find somebody where you go dash. So as I ask you just now, you dey hungry, say you hungry.
No ma.
And I told you they tell me.
I didn't tell you so. Madam, no concern if soup no day.
No concern you. Enjoy. Go enjoy the satana. Go enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
Enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
May I help you with something?
Yes.
Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from your leg at a check on Gulf Road. You know Lily Hotel?
Where you they go?
I dey go Ekenwa Road.
And you not get transport fare?
I don't get transport fares. Even though I get mercy here, even though I never take her.
I just surprised when you come meet me. Just surprised you come meet me. See.
And I God say make I meet you, sir. Now God do am. I know say you must give me something. God will bless you. God will bless you. Your work, they will promote you more. We have been hearing of you for inside radio. And they will promote you more. God bless you.
Enjoy. I don't suffer, not be small. On Posse, I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Hey, now I make I join this business. Yo, you know what this man? This is not my Chinese, that Nigerian Chinese guy. This is the only Benin man where they speak Chinese. You see,
You see, China make parable last 2 weeks. He said, "Chao la, chao la, chao chao ko dong ko kai ho la." You know the meaning? They said they don't already buy our property finish for Nigeria. Very soon, if you know less China, you know get where you see work. Only talk to Chinese. They tell you so. What did they tell you so? Very soon, we'll be a second slave to China if we not take time.
You shall talk to us how the situation of the country.
For the situation of the country, under Kuku Ching Gondo, the more you look, the more you see, not be less again. The more you look, the more you see.
What you concern hammer?
I just show my love. We'll see. We'll see. I just show. Not the just show of Aru again. Not the just. I just. Either you agree or you not agree. They borrow money. You say you know they. You know they. Anything concerning Nigeria and a storm that they stop by. I got do what go favor you. Issue. What's on your belly that they come out to? Nigeria know you affect you at all.
Dominiga tell no Salon forgot tell no I don't they go. Okay. How do you also know?
Bro, I don't get your number.
Man, give my number. Give my number.
You get many things. I didn't pay you for long. I beg.
Agree to.
I beg you.
Number 0080 55 40 73 59. Help me tell Nigerians make we be our brother's keeper. Chinese.
No be say we not like to be our brother keeper. Unless say our gospels don't spoil. To be a brother's keeper nowadays, your brother where you say you want being a keeper, he don't remove gospels come out for your back. So your code according to your materials, your size no dey market.
As people they watch us now, they feel say you know they okay.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
We must continue to thank God for our life. I sincerely sympathize with the families of people who be said they don't die or timely deaths don't kill so many innocent Nigerians. May their soul rest in peace. However, Nigerians they call on the federal government of Nigeria, make them sharply. Nigerians they call on the Nigerian army. Nigerians they call on the Nigerian police. Nigerians they call on all the security apparatus for Nigeria. Make them wake up, because Nigerians are not smiling because of the way things can happen now for this our country. However, we must continue.
Waiting they happen.
Agree to. Money no they come from heaven. Do better till money go come. Now true all that they tell you so. Agree to now. Mommy, how are you? Everybody they holla. Good morning. Why una block the road? Why una block? Why una block the road? Why una block the road?
Why una go block the road? Why police decided to kill our members? The one way hungry no kill. Now police come to kill them. Why una go block road? Opera they suffer, we keke they suffer. Now police they kill them now.
What happen?
Nothing happen.
Wait, una block the road, abi una park the keke?
We block the road. We need justice.
You did that what happen?
Oh, not in a night it happen. But eyewitness they say See what happen.
Now police station from the coast, the commissioner of police and they come from so. I see your people that they go outside. But the same one can't really investigate the matter.
Okay.
The truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Waiting happen. The person die, be still there alive.
He die.
The keke rider don't die.
Yes, sir.
Waiting happen.
Now one policeman yesterday night around 9 to 10 for Osumbolen. That keke rider, he won't go carry a wife with his family for where he say market for Osumbolen. The man park. According to people who did deal, they say the man park. So now the policeman, the worker they come. Now he can with the leg go, you know carry motor, you know carry bike. Now leg they use you. Now he can say the man park for center of road. Now the man say how I park for center of road where barrow they pass, we barrow they pass there. Now from there, now he can tell us say make a park where. Now he say you don't already park where. See walk away the walkway where they there. Now from there they can change where. Now he come out the tear gas. I can spray for nose before you know the man fell down. Before people come they shout, make a come help. Before one of our brother come run go there, the man already give up before they all can go hospital. No still.
Now yeah, in for the impact with this the keke rider.
Yes.
When na chairman for na park sef.
All of them go straight.
No, what this man talk so na true. I been what do you hear? What do you see?
Na true be that. Na true. And that man always they do am. They drink akai. Sometimes he go come here. He go enter drop. The policeman. He go enter drop. He carry reach your house for password. He carry 500 give you. If you see he talk too much, he go bring gun. Sometimes na dagger. He go say if you dey now. Now police.
Ogida police station.
No, they say I want to.
But what the police officer can do for this side? They stay for this side.
And he used to enter our keke when he's going. So he used to enter here whenever he's going back home. So he usually trek when coming back. So I was so surprised to see the man decide to.
But the police officer they drink.
They drink.
Our new IG said they don't want to see any police officer when they drink.
This one always they drink day and night. They know the like man.
He's even drunk yesterday night.
Now when we say your colleague don't die now, what do you want make government do now?
We want justice.
Justice. Make them sack the police officer. Always justice. The dead body not go rise again.
Because
no, the dead body not go rise again.
No go rise, but we want justice from the government.
Which kind justice?
Sometimes we dey hear public execution for this kind matter. We no want may they put the person for sale later they will go and see him for street. We don't want it that way. Make government do the needful and warn the police say make they stop their brutality. It's no good. We don't like it. They don't treat us well, but police supposed to be our friend. But the way the police they treat masses is as if we are enemy to them. So we don't want that.
Police officers are supposed to protect life.
They're supposed to be our
But you know, yeah, the way they talk the story, it happen.
I hear everything. I hear how it happen. Like I was saying, Nigeria police officer supposed to protect life
and property.
Not to the destroy, not to the key. You understand? So I dey beg those state government, make them, even all these officers, if not to go carry them, go find out whether most of them no go training at all.
Okay, make we do the other flip side. Wait, make I just ask people because we don't see them say Nigerian police now they be the nearest security officer to protect us. Yes. But what do you not like for police? What they do?
Number one, the brutality and oppression. The brutality of police is too much.
If you not give the 200.
You understand? Just like yesterday when I was going to Saple Road, police blocked me close to that, what do you call, that roundabout. Yes. No, not 5 Junction. That roundabout where, for Saple Road, yes. He was saying this is, what do you call, Salah. I must settle and for Salah, saying we want to go Salah. Now tell us, what is me, I'm a Christian. I know that if I settle you, who will settle my own?
That's why you don't like police.
Not be say why. That's why I don't like police.
Your children join police.
No.
Why you don't like police? What you don't like for police?
I know free talk say I don't like police. Police now our friend, and they are there to protect life and property. What we don't like, what I don't like about them, that operation, forcing people to collect money, because it's happened to me in this road by August Street Junction. When they mount their roadblock there, as I drive my keke reach there, the next thing police say, man, I give her money. I say, okay, I no get money.
If you get opportunity to join police, you join.
Okay, I no sure say go join. The way they see the police, the way they see, I no sure say go.
What you not like for police?
Police.
What I got? They must give her money.
Oga, you see, police they too oppress people. They know they do their work, and many of them they don't go training. Then pass back, put them. Not all of them search them, sir. They are not going to training. Then pass back, enter. That's why the operation is too much for the next Nigeria.
Make your child.
God forbid. Go do waiting.
Times our Nigerian police need better reform. This guy now, if I ask a question now, what you not like about police? Just the year what you want to talk. Police are your friend now.
No be nowadays. Now before. Me I dey come for somewhere like this now. Back where I be fly before I enter bus the Corning Road. I dey come for Sapele. So they first day for there in the evening. This morning they still dey there. As they say, I wear clothes, I dey dress well.
You do this guy.
One or two things.
Everything.
So I just call the notice. They can't stop my bike. So other bikes they pass where girls sit down, where women sit down. They just stop my bike, collect the bike man key. They start to search me. They say search yourself. I say, officer, see my back. Na power bank dey inside and other things. He say open now. I be the craze. All these one or two things. So Sapele for Idogbo side. Not on Idogbo. I don't forget the street. So I was like, okay. Man, no go at rashly. Maybe they don't go say I no talk when I make a converse.
But anytime you see police, you dey fear.
Why I go fear? I don't carry any exhibit or anything.
But they suspect you.
They always suspect. They try to misunderstand me. So one or two things. So you just need to just remain calm.
But you like join police.
if my friend Papa be police, I go avoid that person.
Or you join EFCC.
I not there anyone.
Or DSS.
Not all of them are one.
Or vigilante.
All of them are one.
Waiting they have Bossunu.
Now waiting they happen. Bossunu na. Now waiting they happen. Bossunu. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We're talking about something you don't hear every day. Climate change is preventive medicine. I know you all will be wondering, how does that relate? But we're going to be looking at climate change as preventive medicine. When our air, water, and neighborhoods get stressed by heat, floods, or bush burning, or even garbage burning, because most of us burn garbage. Instead of getting the garbage collectors to do their tricks, we just decide to burn garbage. So when we do all of this, definitely, you know, when our air, our water, our neighborhoods get stressed by heat, flood, bush burning, garbage burning, and all of that, our health gets the heat. Our heads definitely get the heat. So joining us this afternoon, joining us from Iga Local Government Environment Department, it's Sanitarian Egwavoin Osazuwa, is Assistant Chief Environmental Officer stroke Deputy President, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, Edo State Branch, or Edo State Chapter, as the case may be. Is the one with us today, and we're going to be asking him some questions. He's part of the team who are usually behind the scene. We don't see them often, so they are usually behind the scenes to keep those environmental risks from becoming hospital visits. And we must thank him and his team and other sanitarians everywhere in Edo State for doing their job very well. So let's start with the big question, Sanitarian. How is climate change already showing up in our environment, in the places you have inspected? So how is climate change already showing up? What should be our concern?
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
You know, climate change is the prolonged shift in the weather condition that has an adverse effect in our environment, especially we that live in the environment. These are things that happens due to our activities as human. And wherever we are as human, we need to keep that environment clean. We need to make sure that environment remain greener, so that it will not have a negative impact to us as the people living in that area.
Okay, for a family or a group of persons watching right away, they may not understand everything you have just said now. So what does it really mean? What does it mean day to day? What does it really mean to a family watching, or a father or a mother or children that are watching presently? What does all of this mean to them?
Okay, climate change, as I earlier said, the result to actions that we as humans have done to the environment, the activities we do day in, day out. Like we that are in this environment, we need not to carry out refuse burning, because refuse burning as individual we lead to environmental pollution, and you know we have greenhouse gases that are trapped into the atmosphere. These greenhouse gases, they will go to the ozone, and they will begin to eat up the ozone layer. And the ozone layer is
already depleted.
It's already depleted, and is the shield that covers human from the direct ultraviolet ray. So as human, if you deplete the ozone by burning refuse, certainly it will have impact on us back.
All right. Last week Friday was World Environmental Sanitation Day and all of that. Please walk us through that.
Oh, I want to really appreciate the United Nations for Environmental Program for finding it as a point of duty to always commemorate the World Environment Day. No, World Environment Day is to create awareness to everybody in the environment to know that it is our duty to keep the environment clean, to keep the environment more healthier, because if you do anything to the environment, it will go back to you as an individual. So the thing you give to the environment surely has a repercussion that will come back. It is like a mirror. Whatever thing you do to the environment, it's like a mirror, someone looking at his or herself.
Yes.
It will come back. Certainly, it will come back.
Okay, so with that in mind, most people think of climate as an environmental issue. Yes. And then why should we not start thinking of it as preventive medicine?
Oh, yes, preventive medicine, in the sense, we are not going to apply medicine as a doctor, we apply medicine.
Okay.
You know, we have levels of health care. We have the preventive aspect. We also have the curative.
Okay.
You know, the preventive belongs to the environmental health officers and other preventive officers. You know, like the climate change we are talking about, it is the sole responsibility of environmental health officer to ensure that the environment is not being depleted, it's not being tampered with, because anything that makes a man tampers with the environment, certainly it will lead to different health challenges to the person. Just like what I said before now, if you decide to practice open burning regularly, what you have succeeded in doing, you have released greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and certainly these gases will be trapped into the atmosphere, and when rain fall, certainly it will now lead to acid rain. You remember those days when we were small, when we drink rainwater, when we drink rainwater, you see the greenhouse gases that are being trapped in the atmosphere, when it come back to the roof of an individual and is being tapped as a source of water supply, certainly the person is going to consume acid rain. So it's a way of preventing health issues. If we are able to keep our climate, if we are able to make sure our climatic conditions are intact.
Okay, so you talked about rainwater. Let me say, the climate of today, the world of today, is it still convenient and healthy to drink rainwater?
The truth is that it is still convenient. Depends
all of the acids in the atmosphere.
Yes, depend on how you tap from the source of the water. Like when it's raining, you don't just tap it directly like that. You are allowed to rain and rain and rain. After it rains for about 20 to 30 minutes before you can now take that water. It's still okay like that.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Now, from your office as an assistant chief sanitarian, what's the clearest example of climate change that is already showing in the public space, in the public health care space?
Yes, the first one is people, you know, we have waste managers all over the place, especially in the local government.
Yes.
The first one is people practicing open burning. It is a problem to them and the general public if they still continue to practice such a thing. You also see people doing deforestation where they're supposed to plant trees. They fell trees, and these trees, they bring out what we call oxygen, and that is the air we're supposed to breathe in, the oxygen, and the carbon dioxide that we as humans breathe out. It is what the plant and the trees needs for their survival.
Their survival. Wow. Okay, now we talked about the depletion of the ozone layer. You know, before the rain started, now the weather was very hot. Everywhere was really hot. People were going about with heat rashes and all of that. With that in mind, how is our food safety in restaurants, even at homes where food easily gets spoiled and all of that?
you see, nowadays, you see the weather getting hotter. You see it getting hotter. Even sometimes you may not even know which is rainy season, which is dry season, because of the activities of human. It is the same activities of human. Like a situation whereby you see vehicles that are on transit, they bring out those greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide. Yes. Then these gases will make the weather to be hotter. And when the weather is hotter, you see foods decide to spoil. And when food spoils and is being consumed, disease is bound to occur, especially canned foods. Okay. You see somebody just preparing food a particular day, and the next moment you see there is spoilage. These are some of the issues that occur when they are hotter climatic condition.
Okay, now cities are usually hotter than you know, villages and other areas that are not so developed as like the rural areas, so to speak. Is it what we're doing in the city that is causing all of this? Don't forget that even in rural areas there are issues of bush burning and all of that in preparation for farming season, which happened not too long ago. There was a lot of bush burning. How does that affect city life and rural life?
Okay, the major issue now is urbanization. You see, people don't want to stay in the village again. Because they have one or two relatives in the cities. They want to go to the city to enjoy city lives. And city life also have their own challenges. When people migrate from the village to the city, it's what we call urbanization, urban explosion. You see the population will just explode at once. And the activities of human, the same activities of human leads to this environmental pollution, just like as I said before. Like you see vehicles moving. You hardly see much vehicle in villages. If you count Benin City now, you see the number of vehicles in Benin City. You see the various gases that are released from the exhaust. You see, and if peradventure there is still more urban explosion. In fact, I just can't say what may happen in the nearest future. So in that regard, that is why we always advocate that we need to also remedy it in one or two ways, but also planting trees, ensure that we limit these vehicles that emit carbon. You can also be involved in cycling, so that the gases.
Just imagine cycling from Ring Road to Oluku. I mean, it's going to be one car, you know.
It happens in developed country. It happens
because their roads are good.
It happens.
The security is okay. You know, imagine closing at 8 o'clock and you say you're cycling 8 p.m. You're cycling back to Bowo or you're cycling back to Ring Road area.
I still commend some persons. They engage in cycling in the city here. They still engage in cycling. So if we can engage
as a professional cyclist or just individual,
they still engage in it.
Okay, Sanitary Egwavon, let's take a short break here. When we come back, we will continue with our show. Do stay tuned. Alright, thank you for staying tuned. We're still on the program Healthy Living, and I am talking to Sanitarian Egwavon Osazuwa. The next question I would like to ask now is that, talking about our environment today, right now, as we're here in the studio, who is most at risk right now in our communities?
Everyone. We are almost
every one of us.
Yes, irrespective of the gender.
That's huge and scary.
Yes, we all depend on how we can also be able to keep our environment. If we keep our environment very well.
So how do we keep this our environment now?
By ensuring that we don't engage in open burning of refuse.
Now, who is checkmating all those persons who are involved in open burning, garbage burning? The other day, somebody was burning garbage around my area and the smoke was everywhere. Who is responsible in checkmating all of that person? Because I, as a member, there was nothing I could do. The person will tell you that I'm burning this garbage in my compound, all right? Even though the smoke emanating from that is clouding everywhere. But the person is in his compound. Yes. So who is checkmating all of that?
Yes, the environmental health officer is responsible in checkmating these nuisances. They are saddled with the responsibility of conducting routine sanitary house-to-house inspection.
But we hardly see them. We see them mostly at restaurants, eateries and all of that, bakeries. We don't see them going around houses. I see them around my area, but no one has ever come to the compound or come to any house on that street.
You know, the truth is that they still go around. They still go around. Especially if you look at it now, we are grossly inadequate. The environmental health officers, they are grossly inadequate. As we are here now, they are all over everywhere. The 18 local government of Edo State, they are going from house to house, conducting their routine sanitary inspections from premises to premises. You know, we have regulated premises. We also have residential premises. Like the regulated premises, like what you just mentioned, the restaurant, these are premises that are regulated. You know, if they are not regulated, you see, disease can occur. Outbreak of disease can occur. But when they also go from house to house, they ask of the owner of houses or the caretaker. And when the caretaker is not agreed, they can ask of the most senior person in the premises. And when the person has answered them, they can issue a notice to abate any nuisance if any nuisance is being found in that premises.
Okay, do we have to wait for outbreak of a disease before we take action? Why is it that most times we are usually reactive, we are not proactive when it comes to disease control?
Yes, as I said, we are proactive, especially we as preventive doctors. I can say we are preventive doctors.
Let me ask you this question from an angle. Let me corner you now. You know, during the Ebola, COVID-19 and all of that, when you go to public places, you see designated tap where you go wash your hands. You see where there are no taps, there are buckets with sanitizers and all of that. I can tell you for free that those measures now, the water thing has disappeared from public spaces. You don't find them in schools anymore. You don't find them in government offices. You don't find them in marketplaces. You don't find them anywhere as we speak now, because there's no outbreak of any disease now. Abi?
Yeah.
True or false? True. There's none now. Okay, we're hearing that there is Ebola now in DR Congo, and it has killed quite a number of persons. Some are hospitalized already. It is crisis, so to speak, in that country. And we have border with many of these countries. People travel, Nigerians travel, other persons will come into the country with our porous borders and all of that. Now, how do we checkmate all of this? Now we have abandoned preventive measures. Nobody is washing hands again. Everybody is shaking hands freely and all of that. Nobody is covering nose and all of that. So walk us through that, sir.
Okay, you know, the mentality of human, we always believe that once there is an episode of a disease outbreak, they can always take a preventive measure, and of which the environmental health officers will have always been going out to sensitize the general public from schools to schools, marketplace to marketplace. And that's why you see every Mondays we go from market to market. In the local government, we go. And
how many enforcements have you done so far as regards hand washing and general sanitation?
Yes, there is still enforcement in place. Yes. And when we go to these markets, we tell them to ensure that they maintain a high standard of both personal and environmental hygiene by ensuring they do regular washing of hands, because whatsoever thing that your hands have touched And if it gets to the mouth, and if the hand is infected, a disease is bound to occur.
Okay, so one last question before I let you go. If nature is medicine, as we're advocating, what's your prescription as a sanitarian for this city, for Edo State in general, in the next 10 years? Let's see your projection.
Okay, by the grace of God, health is wealth. A healthy people is a healthy people is a wealthy nation.
Okay.
Yes. Like what I would prescribe is the first one, to ensure that every individual plant a tree. Plant a tree. Flowers.
I'm just wondering where
around
the plant trees in some houses where you hardly find place to park your car.
Yes, you see, the truth is that some persons, they overbuild their house instead of making it a very smaller one, and also ensuring they plant trees and flowers, but they will tend to just build it because of their own personal gain, not meaning that they are also going to use it to affect themselves. And when you plant that particular tree or flower around the environment, you remember those days when you are coming from a far distance and it is sunny and the sun is very hot, and you come to a particular place where there is tree and there is shade there, you see the kind of air, the fresh air, the nature that comes out from that particular tree. So that is my prescription to the general public.
All right, Sanitarian Eguavoin, this is where we wrap it up on our show. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us today on the program.
Thank you so much.
And for you watching and also listening, because you can turn on your television and just be listening without watching, a word they say is enough for the wise. The one that concerns you to keep the climate safe for you, for your unborn children, and your generation next. Do, so that the world will be a pleasant place to live in. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
WIC, Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa.
Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to japa. What is the meaning of japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, well, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the japa because you know you japad when japa was japa. Now you're Japambo, Japada, you're Japada. Anyway, so Abe is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. Any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly. Run quickly. Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back.
Japada.
Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Tony, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're japaing to. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good one. And now, maybe if you basically, there is no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think our, what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough, not to talk of saving.
Yeah.
And one good thing that government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it, but they are also talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere in a way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere in a way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling in year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to jackpot. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people jackpot. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that jackpot with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to jackpot to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, jackpot. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity. And I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything. But I want to even bring it at a very basic level. Because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person, and I don't expect every person to be business minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into shortlet. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, you know. And then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, you know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, you know, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, you know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, you know, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, you know, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much. They will not give you. It's not much. No, because
they will not give you what? They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Okay. Let's register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the
case. Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
You will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, you know, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
Before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abby. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it? It's worth it.
I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living is cold. People are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Ade, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, you know, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break. She said that it doesn't worth it. Japa. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expedition that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes, when they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know there's but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
Honestly, I do not like the way she said is laughing. Because when I did mention let's have a good leadership, she did... When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better.
Ade.
Those that japad, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japan, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christians, we are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope, we are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back. They are not coming back.
Some are coming back. Those that are japan before are coming back. I have stories.
So when they come back, they are coming back to retired age. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I'll go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say in the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to just, if you have to make sacrifices, if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you are migrating due to the fact that your country is, they should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. Because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped. You know, so as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our 2 eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria now from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, you know. So
the crime rates.
Yes, you know, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right, Abby.
Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin. Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing, because traveling to get with them around is part of education. But not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
You know, Chisholm.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair. Yeah, okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hand, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave, because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisom. If you have the opportunity to jackpot today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you will want to jackpot?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
Jackpot. Will you want to jackpot?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will jackpot straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you want to jackpot?
I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria. I remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything, and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisom and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to japa, they will japa, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they are not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to japa. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to japa, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the live studios of Independent Television and Radio. This is a communication complex right here in Igosa, Oluku. And of course, the program on a Thursday afternoon is 60 Minutes Nigeria with your host, Igosa Agbalao. It's always a delight to have you. And I have with us very distinguished personalities, a legal practitioner of no mean repute. I will just allow him to introduce himself rather.
Michael Okoje.
Okay.
I'm in private practice.
Okay.
And,
okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Michael Okoje, legal practitioner, Esquire. We also have with us a very regular guest, renowned analyst, a clergyman, a leader of congregation, and of course an educationist, Dr. Royal Ayimere. Nice to have you in the studio today.
Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Well, our new guest is Michael Okoje, Esquire, a legal practitioner. And we're going to be getting his own thought on our topic today, because we're looking at security overhaul, a sustainable strategy for tackling insecurity in Nigeria. This topic became very, very paramount because of the security situation in Nigeria. Very disheartening, very appalling. And politicians of note is a former governor of Kano State, Kwankwaso, who called for the overhaul of the security architecture in Nigeria. We've also seen a renowned clergyman who publicly made a statement that if the service chiefs cannot stop insecurity in Nigeria, they should resign. So there are calls for change. And so my guests will be giving us their thoughts. They would dissect this topic in the interest of the people. But let me give you a background story. Nigeria continues to face diverse security challenges, including terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other vices, and that actually disturbs the minds of most Nigerians. Armed robbery is also there, communal conflict. The latest now is cybercrime, and on this program we will examine whether a comprehensive security overhaul covering intelligence gathering, police reforms, military modernization, community policing, technology deployment, and interagency collaboration can provide lasting solutions to the nation's insecurity. So we have so many questions I will be asking, and we'll just start with the very first question. What does a comprehensive security overhaul entail? We'll start with a very renowned legal practitioner in Edo State, Barrister Michael Okoje.
Thank you so much for inviting me to the station.
Okay.
I think that it has always been in my mind that the security architecture in our country needs to be overhauled.
Okay.
There's a lot of duplications all over the place. You know, you look at the army, you see the police, you see the Navy, you see the Air Force. Then in the other area, you see DSS. There are a lot of them. You see ICPC, you see road safety. So many duplications that you know, ought to be checked. For instance, what's the difference between ICPC and the FCC?
Okay.
And if you ask the same question, what's the difference between these two agencies and what they do at the CID? I think that this a job for the boys. If not, all of them can be coalesced into one group, and I think they'll be more effective like that. And I think that they ought to be funded, because you can't give a man a gun to go into the streets and there's no food. How are we sure that they will not turn that gun against the citizens that they were supposed to protect? So I think that the overhauling is a part of the whole issue. But I think also that government should look for a way to fund these security agencies. You should fund them. You can imagine when we were going to see policemen, well organized, well dressed, but that's not the case now. You see some policemen, you'll be wondering, you know, you can actually mistake them for the hoodlums that we should be afraid of. So it's my contention, and I think that without any form of equivocation, that the overhauling will begin from funding. Let government fund these agencies. and then let government check them, check, you know, how you disburse this money. When you disburse funds to agencies, monitor how they are spent, and don't give money by the right hand and take it under the table. Because sometimes I know some of these persons who go for patrol and so funds are released, but it is a matter for contention whether all the funds get to where they were supposed to work.
Okay, I know this is your opening remark, but before I allow you to stop, to allow Dr. Ayimere to make his comment. Now, the Senate recently said they will not audit the military, because some persons were actually calling that there is need to audit military spending. Do you think the Senate is right, is wise to have said they can't, they do not intend to audit the military spending for now?
I think that if the fund that they are spending in defense or wherever is public fund, it ought to be audited. You should have the political willpower to if you dispense public fund, there are procedures laid down for the disposal or dispensation of public funds, wherever it is. If they have to be done in closed circle, let it be done in closed circle. But to say because it's security that is involved and you will do anything about it, I don't think that's very correct.
Okay,
that's not the right way to go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not the right way to go.
Thank you very
the Senate should do more than that.
Okay.
They should audit and find out how this huge amount of money that we put into defense, how it is spent. You know, especially given that society right now is in peril, is in trouble. Kidnapping right, left, and center. You know, it's like we are in a state of war. And I think that they should check it and ensure that the money gets to where it was supposed to get to.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Michael. Yes. My guest is, my third guest is around, but before we introduce him, let's get the opening remarks of Dr. Ayimere. You just listened to Barrister Michael. What's your own take?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You know, we've actually had situations in this country where people called for the sacking of service chiefs, remove them from office because of the level of insecurity as at that time. And then they were actually, sometimes the president will listen and remove these persons. And the next set of people that come, the challenge becomes stronger and thicker. So it shows that solving the problem is not actually removing these persons. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is systemic. It's not about individuals. It's systemic. It has gotten deep in the system. So for me, my suggestion would be that the system, there should be a re-strategizing of the system, resetting of the structure.
Okay.
Because what we have on ground is like the people that are fighting Nigerians or fighting Nigeria as a country, they already know the system that is on ground. So the government needs to sit down, go to the drawing board, and re-strategize. Let's reorganize. He said something. The ICPC and the FCC, what are they doing? What, if you look at their role, it looks like
same function.
Same functions. Let's go to the drawing board. Let's say, okay, let's re-strategize. Because as it is now, even if you remove everybody and bring in new set of persons, the problem will still continue.
Yes, and again, there's another aspect that you need to comment on. For instance, the Federal Road Safety Commission, FRSC.
Yeah.
We heard that recently some of them were gone down because they were on the road carrying out their legitimate function. Now, there's a school of thought that posits that the FRSC should be integrated into the Nigerian police force to handle the traffic section of the Nigerian police force. Could that be part of this overhauling? Do you agree with that kind of overhauling?
Yes, yes, it's better. It will make, in fact, it will be a department in the police force that handles traffic stuff. It's good. Instead of having different bodies, different budgets, and the rest of that. So if you put all your money in this basket you can be able to trace where the money is going to. But if it's different baskets, tracing it becomes difficult. That's why sometimes money is released for defense. You are wondering what's going on. Why are things happening the way they're happening? Who is accounting for what? Because at the end of the day, when the workload is much on the auditor, what can he do? He can only do little. But if we know that all the money we are spending is through this channel, it can be properly investigated.
Thank you very much, Dr. Royal Ayimere. We'll take a brief break now to enable us to introduce our third guest, who is already in the studio. Don't forget that we are looking at the the need to overhaul the security architecture. Do you subscribe to it? Do you think that is what we really need now? We'll talk more after this break. Okay, nice to have you back after that brief break. My guests are ready. We are talking about the security situation in Nigeria. Like I said, there are so many questions that we need to really talk about on this program. And we'll come back to Barrister Michael. To you, the way we have our security arrangement now, do you think it's adequate to actually protect lives and property in Nigeria the way it is now?
It's obvious that, thanks for that question, it's obvious that the security architecture is not working. If it was working, you would not see what you are seeing now, kidnapping everywhere. I heard this morning from the news that some part of Edo State, the schools are closed down, Akoko Edo. So that it is not, we used to hear it from afar, but now it's home. Akoko Edo, closed down. The schools there, we don't know how far it will go. Because Akoko Edo today, nobody knows that it will be over and whether it will get to the state capital. But we pray that it does not happen like that. So what we have on ground is not sufficient. We need more, we need more. We have moved forward. We are in the internet age. We need more intelligence, we need more, social media, we need more, no, not social media. I mean intelligence gathering. Okay. Intelligence gathering. So what I mean is that the age we are now, social media age. Social media age. But we're also talking about gathering of intelligence. Okay. You have to, instead of being reactive, you have to be proactive. You have to, get this information and stop them in their track before they attack. Not that after they have attacked, that they are all gone, then you now begin to say, well, we do the needful. No. You are a lawyer, yes. And I know that you are used to that word from a particular security agency. Whenever you interview them, they say we are on top of the situation. On top of the situation, yes. And you defend some of these clients. No. We as a lawyer, yes. It's our responsibility to defend and ensure that justice is done. Yes. It's not the job of a lawyer to stop anyone. You come to us, and then we'll evaluate your case and then push your case forward. That's what we do. But the agencies that are saying we are on top, it's obvious that they are not on top. So as I said earlier, what we should do is that I think the agencies should have more funding, clear-cut funding, accountable funding, not this one that's beneath the, you have a lot of people having security vote here, security vote there, but we don't really know what they do with those security votes. Sometimes they donate cars, sometimes they donate vehicles. This can be streamlined and used positively. If you do it like that, for instance, if you have, like someone was saying yesterday, you have cameras that can go to 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 5 kilometers, you place them somewhere. You don't have to have CCTV, you don't have to have the boot on the ground everywhere. You don't have to have boot on the ground, but you have a control center that watches this thing. So when they see any object that does not look clear to them, you tell the station that's around that place, please cross-check this information. You have to do what is right. You have to do what the law says. You have to do what you took oath to do in this country. You took oath that, that you would defend, you ensure that the security of the individual and their interest is number one on your list. And you should see that that is done. Don't shirk your responsibility. Don't run away from your responsibility. Even if you do one thing, let it be remembered that while you were there was security for everybody. Progress was made in this nation. That's our prayer.
Thank you very much, Barrister Michael Okoje. We have Dr. Aye Mary with us. Do you agree that the way things are now in terms of our security arrangement should be left that way, or you think everything should be changed?
Thank you. In my opening remark,
yes,
I said changing the security chiefs doesn't solve the problem.
Okay.
We've had that a couple of times in this nation, and the people that are coming in, everybody will celebrate. They have track record, they are this, they are that. But when they come in, the challenge overwhelms them to the fact that the people they remove now looks as if they are far better than the one that are there now. I think, in my opinion, that what we have on ground now cannot manage, cannot cope with the situation that we have at hand. Because if it can, we will not be where we are. It cannot. I've said countless times here that this nation, we are overdue for state policing. Overdue.
Let me quickly interject. The House of Representatives only on Wednesday promised to deliberate and probably vote on the issue of state policing today. The House of Representatives.
This is not about deliberate or vote.
Okay.
It's about what is needed, what is necessary. See, tackling security, insecurity, it's not a rocket science like Honorable Ato said. It's not a rocket science.
Mr. Ato,
so, like you said, it's not a rocket science.
Yes.
It doesn't begin from security men and women. It begins from us. Because you see somebody, a strange person walking around your environment, you have to call the person. Are you looking for someone? Did you miss your way and the rest of it? But you see, today, we live with people that they walk past and the rest of that. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Secondly, like I said, I've always canvassed here that state like Edo State or Delta State, let somebody from that state be the commissioner of police. It is not.
That's indigenous.
Yes, yes.
Every state should have indigenous.
Yes, yes, because somebody who knows the terrain should be in charge. Don't bring one person from one state who is a total stranger to come and be the security head of a state that it doesn't know the nooks and crannies. How will it work?
But don't you think if you have indigenous CP, family members, friends can easily influence the CP?
The advantage, sir, is bigger, far better than the disadvantage.
Okay.
Because if something happens in this area, he knows who to call. He knows, for example...
You're talking about like the late Parry, DIG Parry Osayende, who was able to apprehend Anini?
Yes.
He was not a commissioner. They sent him from Abuja to come.
All right, you see?
On a special duty.
So that is because he knows the terrain. Because he understands the terrain. If we have commissioner of police and a doorman being the commissioner of police, somebody from Aduawa, that's my area, somebody from Aduawa is the DPO there, somebody from Metete, just like that.
Yes, from that area.
From that area, it will solve a lot of issues. That's why I said what we need is not changing the security, it's resetting, re-strategizing.
Yeah.
It will go a long way, because where we are now, an Hausa man, an Ijaw man, you are sending an Ijaw man to become to go and be DPO in Kano. What can they do? How much does he know in that area to be able to deliver? And aside that, what we also have is that our people are underfunded.
The security agencies
are underfunded. There are people, you see, when you are going into those days, you see people who want to become part of Nigerian Army, Air Force. They go there with joy, with excitement, and the rest of that. How many people today are they recruiting? How many people are happy to join them because of the way it is? Because people who die while they are in service, what happens to their family?
But we've seen police, they present check to bereaved families. We've seen things like that.
What happens to them when these people who are okay? There was a general that was killed the other day by bandits and the rest of that. What happens to the family? So when people see that people who have given their life to save this nation, nothing happens, nothing of importance happened to the family.
No, the government have a way of compensating them. I must say that.
So as it is, others will draw because it's like, who go die for Nigeria? Let me use that language. Who want die for Nigeria? Because if I die now, it don't finish. So that is it. Our government should not just only fund them properly, should also their welfare should be put in consideration. Because if a man is hungry on the road, if a man is hungry on the road, you give him 50,000, even if you are holding barrel, it will allow you pass.
I think I should just contribute to what you're saying, Dr. Roya Ayemere. I really agree with you that the welfare of security agencies, security personnel, policemen, members of the armed forces, their welfare should be taken care of. For example, in Edo State, you can take one of these emerging communities. Government can take an emerging communities and build and embark on housing estate. It could just be room and parlor self-contained, that's the local language we use for that, or 2-room bedroom, or 3-room bedroom as the case may be, and it could be 4-5-story buildings. It could occupy a stretch of a street, and any policeman that exhibits gallantry is able to arrest a criminal, is able to perform well, is given an apartment as his own. I think that will motivate our security agencies to work harder. They know that even if they die, they have a house already waiting for them. Even while still alive, they are able to record success. They arrested a notable criminal. They are able to stop crime in a particular area. They are given a house by the state government, and it's shown on television. This policeman is giving this apartment, it's not his own. I think they will work harder. That's talking about welfare. I needed to break it down because that's what Dr. Roya Ayemere is talking about. Well, first our toy. We've heard your opening remark, but looking at issues of intelligence that Barrister Michael highlighted, the use of CCTV cameras, the use of drones. We saw those State Police Command showcasing a helicopter the other day. I was really, really glad because we've been saying it on this program that those State need helicopter. If there is crime, they should be able to use helicopter, beat all the traffic problems, gridlock, and get to that location as fast as possible. Now, even in modern age, you can use drones, you know, unmanned drones. No human being is inside. You deploy a drone. There are drones that can shoot. There are drones that can record. There are drones that can survey. It depends on what you need that technology for. So, first of all, do you think this is the era that both the federal and state government should be thinking of involving technology in our security operations?
Yes, technology is very important. But let me support my brother, Dr. Ayemere. You see, there's a community that exists in Edo South here. I'll call the community name Obaeti. The Okagele there. Every night he powers the area. The judge. He powers the area. There is the presence of the military. In the nearby community, they kidnap. But they don't kidnap in Obaeti. They will go to Ogege, they will kidnap. They will go to Oturuku, they will kidnap. The reason I gave it to this young man, the youth is being identified. When protecting lives and property, they know everybody. It is not only when you want to roof, you want to sell land. But when some people are still parading themselves as Okageles, whereas they are criminals, all they know is to sell, eat, go to a club and spend money. That is where I am talking about our value system. When you come out to talk, people say you are envious. This is not about envy. We're talking about technology. Let me tell you, the best technology was in the 70s, in the 60s, when somebody would come and they would say, you are a thief, you say you are not a thief. They would call our traditional police. They would do something and say, you are a thief, say you are okay. Now you start excreting on yourself. The mother will not beg, oh, my pikin are thief. They will now appease the gods and pay the fine. Let me tell you.
Are you not saying that we should go back to the old era?
Don't ever use it old. Let me use one word. The white people brought Western education. Before the white like the lawyer will say, my learned police, other people that went to school, they are not learned. We are not saying it. It's your home. Believe it. We are talking today. Banditry, kidnapping started right from where? From the church and mosque. They could not even protect churches. They gradually enter the same forest. They frustrated farmers. Now, where are they now? Schools. They've entered school. Where is the nest now? Now, the IGP has inaugurated the police special unit to protect school. Yes, that is what the police will do. Every police officer wants to be ugly. Every police officer
seriously
want to be ugly. They want to be assigned to somebody, an individual. The word country does not exist again. And that is the country we have. You will go to the barrack, they should bring out the list. The commander, he will live a good life. Let me tell you, the area of middle class, poor and rich, there is no middle class now. Everybody wants to be rich. Nobody in this country, when no light, everybody enter this generator, they come call out, I better pass my neighbor. Everybody has this thing to put light in the house. Life is beyond one man's pocket. Everybody, as we are here now, we want to enjoy life to the As I'm talking to you now, I gave an example of a community of IT. What stopped the way the governor is going, attacking the criminals in cult groups? Because somebody says he's fighting cultists in Asedo. He's fighting the criminals in these cults. Because 99% of the people working with the governor is our they are members of these groups. But these are honorable members because this group exists in the higher institutions. But criminals find their way into these groups and they took the group and they were not negotiating with the group and the governor is clamping on them. The way the governor is destroying houses, destroying their joints and everywhere, it should not make it political. The Okagiles, most of them,
I was okay. So I was thinking, yes, that there is a core area of security threat in our state. Okay, that is not addressed. Okay, can you quickly? Yes, I know there's freedom of movement is enshrined in our constitution. You have a right to move. Some people they come to drop in the night. You bring them, I don't know where they come from, whether from the north, whether they are from, they just gather them, and they're all over the state. They have a colony somewhere down Sapele colony, at another hall. Bikes, let me just quickly, bikes are flying this, they are doing that. And like I said, yes, you can move. Let not the governor just ban. Yeah, but profiling, they should, the community where they are there, you should be able to know who are who, because at the onset you just talked about not knowing who were dropped over in the night. In fact, some of them, it's very funny. When some of them carry their bike, you say, I'm going to Obowo. You say, where is Obowo? You say, you go no harm? You say, yes. Then you just keep yourself without meaning, But that's the funny aspect of it. And then so that, so that if the trouble comes from that angle, it will not overwhelm us.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister. First of all, can you just conclude, because the director have just told me now that time is not on our side.
Like what the barrister said, yes. The government, there is an office in the government house today. They call it youth mobilization and labor. We that are farming, should I tell you this now? You cannot see a Benin man that want to work in your farm. You don't see anybody in those states. It's true. The people that work in the farm are these same people they brought at night.
It's true.
Now, when they come and work with you in the farm, because where they are coming from, they have no house, no job, no education. When they come, they will spend 1 month and 2 months to the city. Tell me what they are doing in the city. The machine they bring for farmers, they will not give farmers.
So no, time is not on our side. Thank you.
Anyway,
thank you.
Anyway, you see, whenever we are invited, though.
Are you married?
I think I would say to the government, security of lives and property is not something they should use to play politics. This is security, it's not something that should politicize, because I think one of the reasons we are still where we are is because these some persons are giving security offices as a political again, so that we can.
Thank you very much. That's the program. I must commend those working behind the scene, led by Peter Omaoge, the engineering crew here, Nathan and others. Great job. Do have a wonderful weekend ahead, and I thank my guests as well for their time. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
A very pleasant evening to you, and thank you for joining us on the ITV News. I am Lawrence Osifo. The Edo State Command of the Nigeria Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has publicly destroyed over 73,000 kilograms of cannabis and other illicit substances. The destruction of the drug exhibits carried out at Obadoloviyi community was witnessed by the Edo State Governor, heads and representative of security agencies, traditional and religious leaders, as Jonah Omorowa brings us the details.
The increasing cultivation and consumption of hard drugs is becoming alarming, and that is why the NDLEA is not leaving any stone unturned. The core mandate of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency includes eliminating illicit production, trafficking, sale of hard drugs, suppressing drug demand, and recovering wealth gained from the drug trade to protect Nigerians' global reputation. In his speech, the commander of narcotics, NDLEA Edo State Command, Michel Ofoyeju, said the achievement recorded is a product of relentless operations by officers of the command.
The drugs are mainly dominated by cannabis, which is also known as marijuana, with a total weight of 73,210 kilograms. Next are the psychotropic substances, 246.36 kilograms. This includes 141.81 kilograms of tramadol, 61.7652 kilograms of codeine cough syrup.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo, represented by the Coordinator, Office of the First Lady, Mrs. Edesili Okpebholo Anani, assured the agency of its continued support.
It is a moment for sober reflection and a recommitment to fight, because I always say, if this is not curbed, in the next 10 years, we'll have an upsurge of people living with a lot of mentally unstable persons.
There were goodwill messages from several stakeholders, including the chairman, Senate Committee on Drugs and Narcotics, Senator Joseph Ikbia.
We are reaffirming our collective and unshakable resolve to confront, dismantle, and ultimately defeat the menace of drug abuse.
High point of the event was the public testing and destruction of the drug exhibits. From Obadoloviyi community, Jonah Omorowa, ITV News.
The federal government has grounded a private aircraft and suspended its operator's permit following the incident in which the aircraft made an emergency landing on a road under construction near Asaba. and later departed without regulatory clearance. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, disclosed the development in a statement posted on the official X, formerly Twitter account, describing the incident as a serious breach of aviation regulations and security protocols. According to Keyamo, the aircraft carried out a missed approach while attempting to land at the Asaba International Airport around 7:43 a.m. local time before diverting and landing on a concrete road under construction in Ogwashuku area of Delta State. He said eyewitness report confirmed that all 4 crew members on board safely exited the aircraft and were later transported to Asaba by road with no injuries recorded. Keyamo, however, expressed concern over the aircraft's subsequent departure from the scene at about 11:02 a.m. GMT without obtaining the required regulatory approval. He said that the air traffic control was only notified after the aircraft had already taken off, noting that the aircraft had no clearance for departure. Reports, however, have it that the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, the NCA, was later grounded the aircraft when it landed in Lagos. Guests on our current affairs program 60 Minute Nigeria have expressed concern over the worsening security situation across the country, calling for urgent and sustainable measures to address the challenges. The report filed by Egwasa Joy is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The concerns were raised during a discussion on the theme Security Overhaul as a Sustainable Strategy for Tackling Insecurity in Nigeria, anchored by Eosa Agbolan. Responding to questions on whether a change in the leadership of security agencies would improve the nation's security architecture, the guests offered differing perspectives but agreed that significant reforms are needed to effectively combat insecurity. A legal practitioner, Barrister Michael Okoje, a clergyman, Dr. Roya Ayemere, and a politician, Efosa Atoe, argued that the current security framework has not delivered the desired results and requires a comprehensive overhaul.
What's the difference between ICPC and the FCC?
Okay.
I think that this are job for the boys. If not, all of them can be coalesced into one group, and I think they'll be more effective like that. And I think that they ought to be funded, because you can't give a man a gun to go into the streets and there's no food.
The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is systemic. It's not about individuals.
Democracy is a blessing to Nigeria, but we've allowed democracy to be translated to autocracy. The censorship is not our problem. Our major problem is parenting. We are living as if we are in a banana republic.
The panelists advocated the establishment of state police, increased deployment of technology-driven security solutions, and stronger collaboration among security agencies as part of efforts to address the country's security challenges. While expressing divergent views on specific approaches, the guests unanimously emphasized the need for proactive and innovative strategies to restore public confidence and enhance national security.
If you have CCTV, you have a control center that watches this thing. So if you do that, then you become proactive instead of becoming reactive.
There should be a re-strategizing of the system, resetting of the structure. It's like the people that are fighting Nigeria, they already know the system that is organized.
Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
The Federal High Court sitting in Benin City has adjourned to June 29, 2026 for a report of settlement in a cyber stalking case instituted against a former chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA Benin branch, Ede Asenogwa. Patience Sarogiwa brings us the report.
This suit, FHC/B/C/117/2025 and presided over by Justice B.O. Quadri, was adjourned following an oral application by legal luminary Olayiwola Afolabi SAN, counsel to the nominal complainant, Sir Omoyi Oloton, Chief Executive Officer of Uyi Technical Conglomerate. The application was supported by Barrister Douglas Ogbakwa and Barrister E.E. Oisamoje. When the matter came up for hearing on Thursday, Afolabi informed the court that the defendant, Barrister Ede Asenogwa, has approached his client, Sir Uyi Oloton, for an out-of-court settlement. According to Afolabi, following the move for settlement, Sir Oloton requested that the defendants formally present the proposal for an amicable resolution in writing. He assured the court that he will facilitate a meeting between Barrister Asenogwan and Sir Oloton towards a final resolution of the matter and reported back to the court on the next adjourned date. The police prosecutor, P. Odion and Jude Imagbegian, counsel to the defendants, did not oppose the application for adjournment. At the previous hearing, Afolabi had informed the court that the parties were already exploring possibility of an out-of-court settlement. Counsel to the complainants, Olayiwola Afolabi SAN, comment on the case.
Every year, I know what he's doing for the NBA, so we don't want any fraction between him and any member of the NBA. So we want the matter to be resolved, and I'm sure by next adjournment, if my client see that letter of apology, so once we see that letter, then we will resolve the matter. We'll come back. But I'm sure by the next adjournment, we are going to withdraw the case by the grace of God. He's a Benin man. Every day is back to a Benin man, so we will resolve it.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The national leader of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Senator Seriake Dickson, has called on party members and supporters to avoid internal dispute and focus on strengthening the party ahead of the 2027 general election. Senator Dickson made the appeal when following an interview with newsmen where he addressed concern over alleged irregularities in the party's recently concluded primaries. The former Bayelsa State Governor acknowledged that some aspirants were dissatisfied with aspects of the exercise but urged them to remain committed to the party as it navigates the challenges of rapid growth and a compressed electoral timetable. According to him, the NDC, which is barely 4 months old, has had to conduct membership registration, congresses, national conventions, primaries, and appeal processes within a limited period. He blamed some of the challenges experienced during the primaries on provisions of the Electoral Act mandating direct primaries. Senator Dickson argued that complaints about irregularities were not unique to the NDC, noting that similar concerns had emerged in other political parties. The senator also urged members to disregard unofficial results circulating online, insisting that the party had not announced any winner from its primaries. The Senate Committee on Public Accounts on Wednesday ordered the arrest of the immediate past Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kolo Kyari, for failing to appear before it over allegations of 210 trillion naira unaccounted funds between 2017 and 2023. The directive followed Kyari's repeated absence from an investigative hearing probing queries raised by the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation over the company's financial records during the period under review. However, a former chief financial officer of the NNPC, Umari Ajia Isa, challenged the allegations before the committee, insisting that no funds were missing and describing the 210 trillion naira figure as misleading when compared with the company's actual earnings within the period. The arrest warrant was issued after lawmakers ruled against further delay in the investigation. During the sitting, Saliu Mustafa, Okwara Central, and Tony Nwunye, Anambra North, appealed for caution, urging the committees to grant Kyari another opportunity to appear, noting that he was repeatedly ill and receiving treatment in Germany. But their plea was strongly opposed, and other members of the committee who insisted that the investigation must proceed without further delay, and also demanded the issuance of an arrest warrant. At the center of the controversy is an alleged 210 trillion naira said to be unaccounted for within the NNPC limited accounts. Schools in some parts of the country closed early on Wednesdays as fear of bandit attacks spread. The schools were hurriedly shut down following an attack by bandits on the UBE Secondary and Primary School Iluke in Kogi State, and a threat of possible invasion of learning centers in Edo State and Niger States. This is happening a few weeks after schools pupils were abducted in Oyo, fueling national and international condemnation of the worsening security situation in the country. At least 3 persons lost their lives when suspected bandit attacked the UBE Secondary and Primary School Iluke in Kogi State in the Kababunu local government area of Kogi State. The tragedy was confirmed by the Kogi State Police Command spokesperson Salihu Afusat. During the exchange of gunfire, the police disclosed that one of the attackers were neutralized, while a security operative attached to the joint team sustained gunshot injuries and is currently receiving medical treatment. Police preliminary findings indicate that there was no conclusive evidence of a successful mass abduction of students or other residents. However, investigations and ongoing assessments are continuing to ascertain the full circumstances surrounding the incident. And that's the size of our package on the news tonight. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. You have a beautiful and a pleasant night rest from everyone here. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Whose footprints are those?
They belong to your daughter.
la fatwa semen. Oh, Akimanse donne woman. Kasebo, Akimanse donne woman. Oh, Arunyu. Arunyu. Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdáyé àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Well, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and it's my pleasure to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a socio-cultural show that pinpoints special issues in the society, issues that need urgent attention, and issues that affect us in one way or another. Now, the program reaches you every Wednesday from 1:30 till about 2:25. My name is Harry Aigboje, and today we're going to be having a very, very interesting conversation, something that has to do with technology. And technology is something that, has made life easier for man. Now, you would agree with me that technology, has simplified life for man. There are so many things that would have been way harder for us if not for technology. For example, the fact that we can, find our way to our destinations faster has been made possible by technology. And there are so many other ways in which technology has simplified our lives. And that's actually, one of the things that we're going to be examining today. Modern technology and its impact on society. Modern technology and its impact on society is actually what we're going to be discussing today. And of course, to do this with me are two gentlemen who are, experts in their field. One of them happens to be a historian and a public affairs analyst. He's not a new face on the show. He's been here a couple of times, and he goes by the name of Mr. Foster Iyamo. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hari, and of course, good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon, sir. It's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you very much.
And then, seated next to him, of course, seated in the middle, is someone else who is also a public affairs analyst and an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Abu Waila.
Harry, it's always a pleasure to be on the show.
Always a pleasure to have you on the show, man. I mean, I know it wasn't quite easy getting here on such short notice.
It gives us a platform to let people know how we feel about things and things that affect the society.
Absolutely, and that's basically it. It's indeed a pleasure to have you. And today we're going to be having a really pleasurable conversation, something that has to do with, you know, our everyday life. Technology is part of our everyday life. So we're taking a look at modern technology and its impact on society. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Foster, let me begin with you. How do you think modern technology has changed the way people communicate? I'm asking you this because you are a historian and you have witnessed, either by study or by experience, the evolution of technology over time. There was a time when we didn't have the means of communication that we have today.
Yes.
So what do you think, or how do you think that modern technology has changed the way that people communicate?
You will see that in the first place, when we are talking of technology, we are looking at new innovations. And technology has always been a part of the human society.
Okay.
We did not just get to where we are today by chance. Over time,
we evolved.
We evolved. Like you will discover in the prehistoric period, man lived in an unorganized society. But when agriculture was discovered, tribal societies now evolved. Then how were they farming? Like Egypt, for example, they had to depend on the river Nile to overflow its bound so that the leftover can be cultivated on, you know, because it leaves alluvium deposits. But the time came, they decided, instead of waiting for the river to overflow its bound, they came up with the idea of irrigation system. It's technology. It now made their farming easier for them. The same thing with communication. You see, before now, you want to send a message to your village. Maybe you are going to, there's going to be an event next month. You have to send the message before the event even gets close, so that the people at the village, they will know.
Okay, send it way before time.
Yes, way before time. You send a member of your family, go and tell them my village, so and so time, I'm going to do this.
There was even a time when they were sending birds. They said
yes, you understand? Sending envoys, you know, to go and deliver messages. But after that, communication now changed. Letter writing now came. Then post offices were developed. After that, then the telecommunication now came, whereby the use of telephone. You have this one that you turn around to die. From there, another innovation now came. Handsets came up, just the button ones. From there, you had we had this calibrating handsets that you have something like a pencil. You used to touch the screen and do whatever you want to do. After that, you don't have the modern ones that we have. Even there are some, like the BlackBerry just made mention of. You want to call somebody on your contact, it's just for you to mention the name of the person. And automatically, your phone will bring out the name of the, on the contact, dial the number for you. Then you talk. So technology has done enough to ease our means of communication. Is it by way of text messages? Is it by way of WhatsApp messages? Even on Facebook, Instagram, just name them. So you sent me a message this morning. You didn't come to my house to come and tell me or to remind me of this program. You sent me a message via WhatsApp, and I saw it. Even before I replied, you called me on phone. So it has eased our communication. The moving about is also part of communication. Like my friend said, he has to board a vehicle or drive here. It's a part of communication. He didn't need to trek all the way from his house or his place of work to this place. No. So driving a car or boarding a vehicle makes his journey easier for him. So if I do not meet you when the telephone gadget is not there for us to talk, then how can we communicate?
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much for such an amazing start. Now, I would like to ask you this, Ramsey. Has technology made society more connected or more isolated?
Okay, technology to me, it's something that I can see from two different perspectives.
Angles, okay.
First, you notice that technology has connected us globally, but it has also isolated us locally. Now, let me start from the global connection. Now, you can just sit here and start chatting with someone from US, Canada, mention it, around the globe. I can decide to take a program in Harvard University, Cambridge, via my computers and other. Technology has made it possible. However, the isolation that technology has also brought to us locally is the fact that two people went out for a particular date, and you found out that they brought out their phone and they started pressing their phone. Whatever it is they are doing on their phone. They called it a date. Now there is no longer a connection.
An avenue to get
to know each other. Now they get in there, now they find out that they are more engrossed with their technological gadgets than what they are actually doing. I'm just using that as an example to instantiate what I'm saying by saying it has separated us or isolated us locally. Besides that, within the family setting, there was a time in our life where you have a family meeting, say every 2 weeks and every 3 weeks, every family must meet another. But today you see them on WhatsApp group. Even the WhatsApp group, some of them will be looking at it, they will not even interact or communicate. So technology came with its own blessings, not without a cost anyway. So the blessing is that we cannot connect globally, but locally we have isolated ourselves. It has bring this idea of you are more married, more tied to your gadget, and more tied to your family members. That's fraternity is no longer there, because people believe that technology have so much taken their attention to the extent that they feel they can do away with people and as well take in technology. Technology did not come to replace man. Man is a social animal. We still need this idea of having our relationship together. Yeah. But then they decide to do it with the technology, having a separate world, which I always see as the metaphysical world, what will I put this down? The technological world, the digital world, where we have a social world that we're supposed to connect with one another. So technology, yes, has come to connect us globally. It has also come to isolate us locally.
Okay, now let me ask you, Mr. Foster, what are the positive effects of technology on education? As a historian, I'm sure you've also seen the effect of technology on education over time. Effects that were not really so pronounced in times past. Today you see pupils and students being able to learn faster, or even being able to carry out research easier than before. So in what ways do you think, in what positive ways do you think technology has affected education?
Okay, you've already answered the question by saying that it has helped students to learn faster. Those books students cannot have access to, maybe in the library or buy from the bookshop. They can Google such books and get them online. Either print them out or even read online. It's a positive impact. It makes them to come across arguments concerning topics they are kind of familiar with.
Okay.
Like me, being an historian, I do that a lot. There was a post where somebody wrote, somebody posted that there was a time Hitler went to the Congress and took a chicken, removed all the feathers. Having done that, he put his hands in his pockets, dropped the chicken on the floor, dropped some grains for the chicken, and the chicken started eating. He said that is what the elites they do to the masses. So I now corrected the person that posted it. Actually, it was not Hitler. It was Joseph Stalin of Russia.
So you were speaking as a historian?
Yes, I was speaking as a historian. You understand? Yeah. So I came across that thing online. So I had to commit to correct the person.
And that happened because the information was available online?
Yes, the information was available online. There are people who may not have access, like I never had access to that book that carried that information. But online, and being taught in school, I was able to have the knowledge of it. So when I saw the wrong or the misinformation online, I had to quickly correct it. So it is part of the positive impact of technology on our education.
Okay.
So there are sometimes I just go online. A topic will just drop in my mind. I go online, I Google search it.
The research.
Yes. Then I start picking materials online. Then if it is the one that I need to go to the library, I go to the library. If it is the one that I need to order for such a book on e-books,
place an order.
To place an order, I order for it.
All right.
So it helps to advance my knowledge as well as others that are like-minded with me.
With you. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Well, in case you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independence Television, and we're taking a look at modern technology and its impact on society. We have to go on this break now. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned. All right, many thanks for rejoining us. It's still Flipside on Independence Television. Now, my next question goes to you, Ramsey. I actually asked him a question as regards the effect of technology on education in recent times. So, do you have any reaction to that?
Of course, no doubt. Technology has brought a lot of blessings to education. We can now easily access textbooks, information, and all that online, but not without coming with another form of distraction. I am saying distraction is simply because you cannot erode the fact that children are now easily distracted because of their gadgets or various phones that they parade and all that.
Even though some of these materials are now digital form.
Yeah, they are not digital form. Some of them can even tell you I'm reading, but that's not the truth. You are reading on a test or a chat comes in and you quickly opt for it by leaving your books and all that. You find out that the level of education we have today in our society is declining, despite the fact that we are having an increase in modern technological gadgets being innovated. And that is because people are putting it to negative use. And that's because you can easily be distracted by these gadgets and technology. And I'm not saying it's not good. I'm only saying it came with its own cost.
So you're saying that's more like a Trojan horse?
It is. It is. That is the best way to even describe it right now. So I think technology has done a lot for us in education. Its effects are both positive and negative. It has also come with something I want to call people are now reading to pass and not just reading to know. They believe that once you get those information on the gadgets, you just pass your exam and you forget about that. It has to stay with you. So we are grooming or bringing our students.
Are you saying it has made students more lazier?
Yes. They are now lazier. They don't read for the sake of knowledge. They don't pursue knowledge anymore. They don't seek knowledge. Many of the professors we have, they read with using their textbooks and all that. Don't we have children who can easily just get information online and they will tell you to read it later? We some of us borrowed books to read, but this time they have everything on the textbook to read, but they are not reading. So technology has had both negative and positive effects on our education.
Okay, now there is a new dimension of technology, artificial intelligence. This has actually revolutionized the way we interact, the way we, research, the way we educate ourselves. As a matter of fact, there are so many tools, AI tools on social media. ChatGPT is one of them, and that has actually made it so easy for people to access and get information. For example, before the advent of AI, there was just Google. So if you needed to know anything, all you needed to do was just, type in whatever it is you wanted to, and it will, display on Google. But now, ChatGPT takes it to the next level, whereby whatever subject it is you're trying to gather or you're trying to gain knowledge about, all you need to do is just type it on ChatGPT and everything will come out. Now, do you think, because I asked Ramsey a while ago, if he thinks that has made people lazier, that has made the youth lazier, do you share that thought? Do you think it has actually made them less productive?
Yes. Because if you look at it, the AI who came up about it It is not God himself, but humans like us. So whatever the AI has got to deliver is being imputed by humans like us who carried out researches to be able to arrive at what they have given to us. So if for the fact that you will now make things easier for me, does not mean I should really take it like that. I still have to work on my own to get deeper knowledge of what you have made easier for me, so that it will help me. Now we have lecturers in the university. They teach students from the knowledge they gain. And in fact, things are easier for us now. I've never visited the library one day to go and read. I carry my phone. I ask AI. There are some that I dispute, because human beings are responsible for whatever AI has got to deliver to us.
And human beings are fallible.
Yes, they can make mistakes.
Okay.
There are some that I dispute. Say, no, this is not how it's supposed to be. This is how it is, and not the way it is being put. So I cannot just rely on AI, or should our youth just, they should carry out researches by themselves. If they were able to make it, I mean, the person that came up with the AI was able to make it, why can't you make it yourself? Why not continue from where he stopped? Because he continued from where others stopped, and that is where he was able to come up with the AI. As at 1991, when I was in Japan, do you know they already had a robot welder? I was not told. I worked in that company, Kato Teko. We build structures with steels. So this robot welder, they will record a voice note on a cassette, placed it. It has a device that plays that cassette. So once the cassette is playing, you see the robot will start welding. When the nozzle of the welder is dry, it will take it to the plier. The plier will cut the wire off. Then it will take the nozzle to the grease to kind of oil the nozzle. It will start welding again. But they've gone more than that. Somebody got...
As at 1990.
1991. That is 35 years ago now.
Wow.
You understand? So somebody got to that stage. Then another person now took it from there. If they were being lazy...
And if they were stagnant?
If they were being lazy, they would have been stagnant. They wouldn't have gone more than that.
True.
So if we have to depend on AI, it's going to be, I mean, where the AI that we have now, it's going to make us stagnant. We won't improve more than that.
Okay.
In life, you need improvement. That is why Benin will say, when your children are better than you, it's a blessing. Because they surpass where you got to.
Okay.
So if you are not better off than your children, to us, the Benin is a curse. Because they became stagnant. They couldn't even achieve what you achieved. It means you were lazy not to have surpassed your parents. So depending on AI, if it makes you lazy or makes anybody lazy, it's an error. You have to improve on it. Because the person that came up with that idea improved by way of researches, the combination, researching into the works of other people to come up with, to develop his own. You can equally do the same.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. That was a very eye-opening one. Yeah. Now, in the light of the current realities, would you say that AI, artificial intelligence, is a blessing or a curse?
Both.
So you think it's a threat to society, or
it is at the same it's a blessing, but at the same time it's a curse. AI was supposed to assist, but now it's now replacing. It has stifled creativity. People no longer think for themselves. Children are now very dull. I call some of them educated illiterates, all because they refer everything to AI, including some of our medical doctors. You see them in the hospital, they're asking you the symptoms and all that, they're asking AI. So I'm not being treated by AI. So AI has come to improve things for us, but in the same way, in the same vein, we didn't use it well. It has come as a curse now, but it's blessing at the same time.
Now you said that AI is supposed to be, or was meant to be, a form of assistant.
Are you supposed to? Because that is not what they are not using it for. Okay, it is now replaced instead of assisting.
So in what ways do you think it could have assisted?
Of course, they could have just ask AI some certain questions, and from there add yours to it to enhance your creativity, or maybe as a guide and all that.
Okay, to add to your already existing
knowledge or the knowledge you want to pursue. But this time it is whatever AI says that you see some of our engineers, our medical doctors and others using. And that's problematic. We don't see our medical doctors. You can't treat a patient, you can't diagnose a patient, you must ask AI up to drugs, even in some pharmaceutical industries.
Now what's now the essence of going to school to acquire a degree?
That is the question that we'll ask them to answer. That is the question that we'll ask our educational system. Now that they've so rely on AI, even some university, I can tell you that some lecturers teach using AI. So AI has taken over the world today and said that, okay, why are we humans? The difference between humans and animals is that we are Homo sapiens. We can think for ourselves, we are innovative. Then AI is already, we are superior when it comes to mental activities. But AI is already doing these things. Does that mean AI is bad? AI is not bad. I think the approach in which we are using it is wrong. We are supposed to use AI to assist ourselves in all endeavors and not just to replace it.
If I may interject.
Please do so.
You see, the problem with us, let me not say Africans now, let me say Nigerians. Whatever new innovation that comes, we tend to abuse
it. Don't even
we abuse it.
So the problem is with the wrong use of it.
Yes. Do you know, even up to as we speak, the advanced world that comes up with these new innovations, they still create room for both digital and analog. In case of any eventuality.
Even the Western world reach these things where
in case the digital fails, they will now fall back to the analog. But do we do that here? No.
We don't. We already
this is what is in vogue now. Do you know, even up till now, in Japan, photographers, they still have darkroom, they watch pictures. They still have darkroom.
And that's not because they do not have modern technology.
They themselves are technology. They are technology themselves. So they know that technology can fail where human cannot fail. Can the AI think for itself? No. That's why I said whatever is in the AI has been programmed. Having done a lot of researches to be able to program the AI perfectly, but yet the AI cannot think for itself. But we humans, we can think. Like on Saturday, they almost stole my car. They broke into it. They tried to start it, it did not start.
Didn't start.
When I tried to start it, it did not start. Having tried and tried and tried, I just decided to put it on neutral.
Wow.
And the ignition now turned. When I now put it on park, it now turned and started. If it were to be AI, would the AI be able to think like that? No.
Clear difference between humans and technology.
I understand.
All right, thank you very much. I know you have a whole lot more to say in that regard, but we have to go on this very important break. Of course, when we come back, I'll need you to continue on that stream of thought. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at technology and its impact on humanity. We shall be going on this break now. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned. Good to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, let's take a look at the use of technology, in enhancing economic development. So, do you think Africa, as a continent, has harnessed technology well enough to, develop its economy so far, Mr. Foster?
Okay, if you say Africa, you are generalizing it. There are some African countries, like South Africa, for example. You cannot compare the economic development in South Africa to some other parts of African countries.
Okay, but there is a school of thought that argues that the development that we see in South Africa today was not championed by the black Africans themselves, that it was done by the whites.
Well, done by the whites. They call themselves black South Africans, then you have the white South Africans.
Yeah.
What matters is that they are South
Africans. Okay.
The outsiders did not come there to do it for them. Because the white South Africans we are talking about, their forefathers were the ones that came to settle down there as far back as 1652.
The British and the Boers.
The British and the Boers from the Netherlands. So where do you expect them to go? So over years they developed, and modern technology has helped to enhance their today's economy. But other parts of Africa, like Nigeria, my country, or like Ghana, most especially where you have the dark skin.
Well, how come such ingenuity has not been replicated in other parts of Africa? What's the difference?
It is our level of mindset. You know, if you see the way we reason in this part of the world, whatever comes is an opportunity for you to enrich yourself. As against enhancing the good productivity of the country at large. Now, why are we not fighting against corruption?
Are you saying we have an individualistic mindset?
Yes. Now, why are we fighting against corruption? Why can't we fight against corruption? If you create an office for people to fight corruption now, eventually you have made that office a money-making office for the person that you have put there. Because that will be getting kickbacks from the person who is supposed to fight for the government. You understand? So now, okay, well, before this digital era, how many times did you hear that bank officials carted away with customers' money without trace? The banks, they had to develop our economy, whether we like it or not.
Okay.
You give to the bank, and the bank gives back to the society. But this time around, you put money in the bank, and it will just vanish without trace.
All thanks to technology.
Is that one? Any money that goes out of the bank is out of our economy, because that money is supposed to generate profit for the society.
Yeah.
You understand? So, for me, I don't know of others, we have not really been able to harness it to better off our economy. Otherwise, we will not be crying of hunger today. Go to the local bukateria and buy the rice of 1,000. They put 2 spoons for you and tell you it's 1,000. 1 spoon is 500 naira. So where would that one go with you? And yet we say we are now living in a digital world. No. It's like even the analog world is better than the one that we are living now. The analog world where you go buy mama put, you eat and you are very, very satisfied. So we have not been able in all sectors. Just name them. Go to the hospital. They will tell you there is no light. They cannot access their system. You know that the hospitals generate revenue to boost our economy because they give back to the government, whether we like it or not. And the government is responsible for our economy. So they tell you they have no light, they cannot access their systems. But before the digital era, they will be able to respond and carry out their duties effectively well. Go to offices. Somebody will tell you, yes, even if it's a matter of urgency, you say the network has not come up. You start waiting for hours before the digital system came, waiting to work efficiently. So all these things, they help to bring our economy down instead of boosting them. So that is what I feel. And that is why our country is the way it is today.
All right. Thank you very much, historian Foster. All right, let me ask you, Ramsey. Okay. Some persons have actually said that the advent of modern technology has robbed us of not just our humanity, but of our privacy. Now, some people say that they feel like, they don't even have any form of privacy anymore, that virtually everything they do is on social media. And it almost feels like they are being watched or being monitored by some power somewhere. What do you make of that? Do you think that's a conspiracy theory, or there could be some element of truth in that?
There are some element of truth in it. I've told you before that we have two worlds now. We have the metaverse and the universe. Some places are living as in the metaverse, while there are something else in the universe. Why am I saying this? Some internet and social media and all that has come to stay. And some persons are so engrossed with this internet that they don't have their private life again. You see, even marriages these days, we discuss this online, whatever happened on various marriages and all that. And not because the person really wanted to, but because the internet thing, the technology thing has come to stay, and we now see it as an avenue to hear what is happening to us. The other day we heard about Frank and Ezechiel and
Frank and his wife and Chike.
Things like this happen in other marriages. But then it was everywhere because of the help of the internet. Technology. Because someone wants to draw pity or sympathy from another person by saying, this is what is happening to me and all that. But that knows, and there are still some of us that knows how to use this technology very well, that knows that that word is a different word from this one. And that is a metaverse and this is a universe. But to some persons, they dwell more on the metaverse even without thinking of what happened in the universe. I told someone yesterday, I said, the internet and other technology will make you pity, so will make you envy someone you are supposed to pity. You know, they have a different word on the internet. Yeah, you see them, you feel this person is already living large and all that. Well, that's a lie. That is a facade. That is not the true personality of the person. That is a different word, enhanced by the technology and all that. So I think technology has robbed so many people of their private life, of their privacy, that they now believe they are followers of, what they call them is followers, but they even say family and friends, because they believe that everyone on their page should know what is family, should know what is happening to them. Some of them even in the kitchen, you see them showing the world what they are eating, get ready and all that, up to their bedroom. So it changes the mentality of people. People now begin to think in a way that you no longer have your private life. That's individualistic and privacy is no longer there. What you now have is a life of everybody on the internet. I should be something else to the global world, while I'm something else to the local world. Now you are something else to the local world, something else to the global world. The global world sees you as A, whereas you actually B.
Are you implying that some people are living a lie, thanks to the...
In fact, they are facading, they are masquerading, they are living a lie. They are not even being truthful to themselves because of technology. That is why I said, you can begin to envy someone you are supposed to pity. Because via technology, this person has shown you a picture of what he wants people to believe about him or her.
An illusion.
An illusion, which is the person is living in a world of fantasy, phantasmagoria, if you may say, a world of fantasy. The person is living a life that is not. Now that's why we have people now who are very rich in the metaverse, but very poor in the universe. They snap with different cars, none of them is theirs.
How is that even possible? How
do
one
put people under pressure
at the same time?
Of course, as the help of the internet. They will tell you, no, not yet. I'll see my fans later. They go to a very beautiful place and see the fans and come here and come inside and be. Many of them are so comfortable with what people feel they are, and so they don't want to move, they don't want to walk, they don't want to be truthful to themselves. They're living a life because of the advent of technology. Technology did not come with this idea. Did not come with these consequences and all that, but it came to ease our work, to make it simpler and easier for us. However, people always found a way to make wrong use of technology, making it almost like a cost to us now, a bad thing, which it was not have been issued. So I think the idea of technology is boils down to how well you use it.
How well you use it.
Because if you allow technology to use you, it's not going to be good at all. So I think we should be in charge and use it the way we're supposed to use it.
Okay, so I guess it's a thing of choice then.
It's a thing of choice.
You either use it or it uses you.
That is it.
All right, Mr. Foster, how do you think technology has influenced cultural values thus far in recent time?
I would say negatively. Due to the advent of technology, we are losing our cultural values. We now see ourselves not as who we really are.
Okay.
You see, somebody will be casting news on the radio or on the television, wants to speak like the American newscaster. And meanwhile, you are an African. I stayed long in Japan. Do you know, in spite of the technology that the Japanese they have, they pronounce their pronunciation is according to their own tonation, not according to that of the Americans. Because they believe the Americans are the Americans, the Japanese are the Japanese. Yeah. I had a friend, Mr. Samuel Omorobian, we went together in Japan. Do you know the Japanese, they want to call him, they call him Samaru. Over time, we corrected them, they never listened. Because that is the way the Japanese, they pronounce it. In Samaru. So if they want to call Michael Jackson, they call Michael Jackson. Because that is the way their people understand it. Yeah. But in terms of technology, we are not in any way near them at all.
Okay, so you're saying that they are still very true to their culture.
Yes, and identity.
Yeah.
You understand? Why they make and develop technology? We are only consuming. We are consumers.
All right, please hold that thought, Mr. Foster. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we have to go on our final break on the show. When we return, it will be time to wrap things up. Please stay tuned. Riding with us from start to finish. We are actually in the final lap of the show. Now, you were talking about the fact that the Japanese have stayed true to their cultural identity, much more than we Africans have. You want to throw more light on that?
Yes, like I did say before, they continue to maintain their identity by upholding to their cultural values, not just the Japanese alone. Look at the Jews in Israel. Wherever they go, you know that this man is a Jewish man, carrying his cultural values, her cultural values, as a way of identifying himself or herself. But in this part of the world, no. We want to be like the white man. We are in a computer age. But the computer does not change the fact that you are an African. I do tell people, I say, look, if you are not able to add value to yourself, you become a counterfeit among those who are able to add values to themselves. For example, you go to America, you become an American citizen, you give birth to your children there, they are now Americans by birth. Something will happen. They will still refer to your children as Americans with Nigerian ancestry.
Yeah. African Americans or Americans of Nigerian descent.
Of Nigerian descent or Nigerian ancestry. That's how they will refer to them. You understand? Because they know that truly they are not original Americans. They've been able to uphold themselves. We have not been able to uphold ourselves. And that is why we are neither here nor there.
So we seem to be suffering from an identity crisis?
Identity crisis. Why? Because we do not appreciate who we are. Like me, I appreciate who I am. Yes, that is why anywhere I go, you always see me make reference to we the Benin we say. Yeah. Because I'm a Benin man.
Of course, proudly.
Proudly a Benin man.
All right, thank you very much. As we begin to wrap things up on the program now, Ramsey, do you think that the government should regulate the use of emerging technologies more strictly? Because whether you like it or not, we are going to keep experiencing and witnessing the advent of more technological inventions. So do you think the government should regulate it?
They might not need to regulate the invention, but the usage. Technology comes with good intent. However, the approach in which we are using it, that is the way I have problem with. So government needs to regulate the use of technology. Reasons because, one, let's just see the mode of addressing these days. Do you know some of the things you can't wear 5 years ago? The way it is online and someone is celebrating you for it and you have followers for it, so you are encouraging children, the younger generations, to pick it up. You know, some of the things you are not even supposed to say, they were seen as taboo, sacrilegious in our society. They say it online and the other person is applauding him. I cannot insult my elder because that was not a norm. But now you go online, you insult, and they call it banter or catching cruise. They always have names for things that we're not supposed to hear. What we call prostitution, them to them is just hook up. They say package. So technologies have really come to destabilize, destroy, and bastardize our traditional culture. In addition to what he has said, let's look at the aspects of having regards for elders. Do you know children can just set that ring light, camera, start insulting an elder, see if they are mates?
In the name of content creation.
In the name of content creation. Some of the content they are even creating needs to be regulated. You are creating content that encourages what? What is the end product of what you are trying to do? What is the rationale behind it? So if we say that we should regulate the use of social media, to me, I am in support. But the problem is our government decided to start regulating it. They will do it to their own benefits. You see them going after those that are saying the truth. Okay. So the problem is dry-headed. To regulate is okay, but regulating it now, they'll start using it to witch hunt those that will be telling them the truth, those in opposition. And that's why in Nigeria, we don't,
bold enough to criticize.
Yes. So in Nigeria now, if you say let's support this, you see them using it against you. But what I've loved to regulate the social media because of our teenagers, our children, who are so exposed to these things, and we don't regulate what they see. In some countries, they regulate what you are going to see on various platforms. In Nigeria, whatever they posted, there is what you are going to see. No regulation. But let's go for regulation now, regulatory law and all that. You see our government start using it against us. They start going for those that are saying things against them, that are in opposition, that are criticizing them.
So regulating it is not a problem in itself.
It's not a problem itself. Sincerity of purpose. That is where
on the part of our leaders.
The part of our leaders, even on the part of the citizens. The
followers, okay.
The followers. Today we are saying, okay, things are not going well in this country and all that. You see some persons are using it as a yardstick to promote something else which we don't know. So that sincerity of purpose is lost. How do we restore this thing? We should be sincere to one another. The people in government should be sincere to the citizens. The citizens should be sincere to themselves. Then we cannot regulate the use of technology or how we approach the use of technology. But the invention of it is not bad. The world is going global, and there will be more invention of technology. We can't put an end to that. But how we use them is what we are supposed to be regulating in Nigeria.
All right, how we use them is very, very important. Now, Mr. Foster, how do you think we can strike a balance between the use of technologies and real life? In other words, just like he said, how do we strike a balance between living in the metaverse and the universe?
Okay. You know, there's a popular saying that the idle mind is the devil's workshop. But to me, is there actually a mind that is idle? No. Your mind is always busy. It is only when you are asleep, you are no longer conscious of yourself.
Okay.
That is where your mind becomes idle. And the moment you wake up, your mind becomes active again. So it is the product of your quiet moment that will make people to refer to you or give you whatever name that befits you.
Okay.
Oh, this man is a devil or this man is a saint. You understand? Now, like he rightly said, many people are living fake lives on the social media. And in reality,
it's a different ball game.
It's a different ball game. So it is how you use your technology that will determine how people will see you. But we need to complement the use of technology with our real life so that people will see the positive aspect of technology in us, and not the negative aspect of it that is very, very prevalent today. Like you rightly said, you know that girls can strip naked now on social media. They have apps that they do that, all in the name of money.
Okay.
And they post it. They pay them for it. And meanwhile, their parents that are living under the same roof with them will not know what they are doing.
All right. So in a nutshell, you're saying that...
You see this girl at the end of the day, to her parents and to the society, she's an angel. But in the social media world, she's a prostitute. So like I did say before, we need to complement our research with the technology that we have to advance ourselves positively and not negatively.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Foster Yamu, a historian and a public affairs analyst. Your analysis has been quite brilliant, and I must say a very big thank you to you for being with me on the show. And of course, my brother and friend, the one and only Ramsey Abu Uwaila, an educationist and also a public affairs analyst. I must say a big thank you to you both for being with me on the show. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and I want to say this as a parting word. Technology, like you've heard from my panelists, it's not bad in itself. It is how we've chosen to harness it. It's how we've chosen to use it that determines whether it's a bad thing or not. All right, so let's make the best use of technology, just so they can serve us better. There are so many good things about technology, but we have to use them rightly. That way they can make the best of life for us. Well, my name once again is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Democracy Day, June 12, 2026, 27 years after, how far has Nigeria played? What are the gains and the lessons to, talk about, especially with us Nigerians and also into the political landscape right here in the country? Hello and welcome. This is This Morning on ITV. I am Nuoluwapo Stevens right here in our Benin studio. I'm super duper elated this morning because there's so many things to talk about. Today is day number 11 in the month of June 2026, and officially the World Cup kickstarts today. Hopefully we'll talk about it during TMI socials this morning. A lot of Nigerians say, I think we're not going to support South Africa. Right now, gets me a Mexican name or a Mexican name or something. But anyway, we'll talk about that during the course of the show. Joining me on this table, I have Harry Agboje as well right here. Good morning, Harry.
A beautiful morning to you, Anu. How are you?
I'm very well. I don't know if you're a football lover, but who are you in support of? South Africa or Mexico?
Even if I were into football lover, I would support Mexico.
Oh my goodness.
it's commonsensical and it's a no-brainer. And not after all that South Africa has done to us. I think it's payback time.
Oh my God. Well, I actually love South Africa though, so I don't know. I'll just be in the middle. May the best man win today. Well, I don't know if we have Lagos and Abuja on to join us this morning. But just before we go over to Lagos and Abuja, interestingly, during the course of this week, we had a beautiful conversation coming out from Senate Majority Leader Okoyemi Bamidele. Now, the Senate actually to consider 6th term of 6 years for president governors after 2027 poll. Now, Senate Leader Okoyemi Bamidele has disclosed plans to sponsor a bill seeking to introduce a single 6-year tenure for presidents and governors after the 2027 general elections. Now, Bamidele said the proposed legislation would be among the first bills he intends to introduce when the next Senate is inaugurated, arguing that it will enable elected leaders to focus on governance rather than re-election campaigns. Harry, what do you make out of this?
First off, I must commend the Senate Leader, Okoyemi Bamidele, for even having the courage to think of such an idea in the first place, because it takes a lot of courage, especially as a senator. At a time when Nigerians believe that the Senate only exists, at the whims and caprices of the president, You know, most Nigerians have given up hope, so to speak, on the Senate because they believe they are just rubber stamp and they are there to do the bidding of the president. But you know, for Okoyemi Bamidele to have the courage to think this up in the first place, kudos to him. But having said that, let's examine what he said. I personally think that 6 years is way too much, you know, for a single term for a president.
Right.
Let's reduce it to 4 years, because if 4 years is not enough for you to, you know, manifest and make impact in the lives of the people, then you have no business being there. I believe that any president that actually has the interest of the people at heart and is serious about, you know, making impact and changing lives, you know, should be able to do that in 4 years. Even if you are not able to achieve everything, you could just pinpoint some key sectors, maybe economy, security, maybe the educational sector, right? Just try to pinpoint them and then see how you can make impact in those areas. If you do well, I don't even think you need to campaign. It's the people that will be clamoring for you to come back. It's that simple.
Well, your suggestion makes me remember Peter Obi, who lately has been so vocal, and he says he just wants to do one term in office. That's if he becomes the president of Nigeria. Of course, we're also aware about politicians and their own, you know, shenanigans that they get to put out most times. But then again, let's really look critically at why Okoyemi Bamidele even said he intends on, you know, ruling it out after the next election. So one of the major things he said is the fact that he feels that going or, you know, pushing in for a second term in office kind of like distracts the ruling party. So let's say you win, right? You win this time around, you win your 4 years, and within the space of 2 years, you're planning again for re-election, neglecting governance. And what happens? Who gets to suffer for it? You and I, the people, the masses, get to suffer with little or no attention paid to governance, as we are experiencing now. It's interesting to see how in the midst of all of this insecurity, high, I hear that gas has now been sold for over 2,000 naira per kg, depending on your location. And the politicians are still politicking at this point. So would it even scale through is also another conversation that we should have, because over time we've even heard politicians say that 4 years is literally not enough to change the trajectory of the nation. And now, Harry, you were saying let's go for 4 years, 6 years is really too much.
Yeah.
How would you marry both of them? Really, is 4 years enough to change everything in Nigeria?
Well, like I did mention a moment ago, it's really not enough. You know, I must acknowledge that. But again, like I said, it's enough to put out key indicators that you are serious about changing the trajectory. You understand? You may not be able to change everything. As a matter of fact, Nigeria's problems are really, really complex. Do you understand?
Our problems are enormous.
Exactly. Do you understand? So it's not something, you know, one person can fix in 4 years, if we are being practical, if we are being, you know, realistic. But again, like I said, if you're really serious about changing things, you could just pinpoint a few sectors and then make your impact in those sectors. You know, you could, you know, set the foundation for change in those areas, just so that the next time you indicate interest, you don't even have to indicate interest, like I said. It's just like Nigerians still remember President Yar'Adua till date. They still talk about, you know, the little impact he made, even when he was in office, you know, despite the fact that he sadly passed on, right? We still talk about the impact he made. We still talk about the strides, the giant strides that he made during his time. So who says, the others can't take a cue from him?
Right.
So I personally believe that if they are really serious about making a change, they can do that without necessarily spending up to 6 years.
Of course. Now, let's move over to Lagos studio. I hear that Lagos is on at this moment. Mercelina, good morning. Welcome on board. I'm pretty sure you've been listening to our conversation. You want to air your thoughts on it. 6 years after the 2027 election, would it even scale through is another question.
Beautiful morning to you, Anu. Good morning, Ari. Trust you guys are doing good. I mean, that's 6 years. I don't know, but I feel like Ari said earlier, 6 years is too much. Trust me, for one single term, it's actually obviously too much. You know, we're talking about the 4 years. Okay, even if they come to power for the 4 years, will they still, you know, do what they are supposed to do for the people? 4 years for one term, coming back for the next term, and with where some people, like Peter Obi, where he said earlier that, okay, if I come for 4 years, you know, I would do what I'm supposed to do, and I promise I'm not coming back for the same. How true is that? So they approved this 6 years, you know, for one term, and after that 6 years, you're not coming back. Some persons, you know, to me, I would honestly say that I even prefer the 4 years, you know, coming for the 4 years the first time, coming for the another 4 years the second time. So those 6 years, I honestly think that even if you still give them the 6 years for one term, they still will not. I mean, if you're coming into power, you already have it in mind, okay, I'm coming into power to do this thing. So even if you're given the 6 years, if you're not delivering to the people, or you do not have the mindset to deliver, you still would not deliver. So 4 years, 6 years, I mean, whichever. But from Lagos, basically, we would not be looking at that aspect. You know, tomorrow is Democracy Day. So we'll be looking at democracy in Nigeria. Is Nigeria truly practicing democracy? We as Nigerians, are we free to speak? Can we come out to speak? Do we practice democracy in the country? Ahead of June 12, Democracy Day, as Nigeria delivered on the promise of democracy. So basically from Lagos, we'll be looking at that. But of course, remember, I have Dr. Victor Ohai here with me. Dr. Victor, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Benin, and good morning to our viewers. On the issue of 6 years, I remember we talked about it, was it yesterday morning or so?
Yeah, we spoke about it.
Well, from the newspaper reports also. So I think that, for me, if you ask me, if you have a good leader, 6 years is great. If you have a terrible leader, 2 years is like eternity. Okay? So, but the one thing it would do is focus whoever is there on leadership, not on the next election, which is what has been happening now, where in the first 4 years, you use 2 years to govern or misgovern, and then the remaining 2 years, you're just focused on how to come back. And everything about governance is put at the back burners, and not only that, all resources are channeled towards the next election because the incumbent wants to come back. So I think the reason some of them are looking at 6 years is we have a lot of gerontocrats in the National Assembly who are probably old people who probably want to be president tomorrow, and they don't want to wait for 8 years. They're hoping that through rotation they might get into power. But whatever it is, I think it's a good compromise. 6 years, okay, fine. But I hope we don't get a leadership that will just plunge us into hell.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victor. We can only look forward to everything as it unfolds. As we move over to the 2027 general election, I don't know if we have Abuja on, but let me still stick around with Lagos just a little bit. I know that Mercelina is a great Arsenal fan. So, Mercy, today the World Cup will be kick-starting. Who are you in support of? I don't know if Dr. Victor actually is a football lover, but I'd love to know who you're in support of. Are you going in for South Africa or Mexico?
I don't want to be petty, but I'm not supporting South Africa. I would definitely support Mexico. I don't know. Like I said earlier, I do not want to be petty. I mean, it's my choice, but I would obviously support Mexico. So I just hope for the best to win. But if you ask me, I would support Mexico. I'm actually rooting for them, Mexico. So, Victor.
I don't know down to just South Africa and Mexico as if the other countries don't have no chance. For me, let me put it this way, and I'm totally unapologetic about it. The only team I support is that has Osimhen in it, unapologetically.
Interesting.
Okay, so right now, I'm Team Galatasaray. That's for at the club level. If Nigeria were at the World Cup, that would be my. Well, right now, I'm just going to content myself with being on the sidelines and just cheering whoever, just watching good football, great football.
Right. So obviously.
That's it. Till we get to what.
Right. So obviously.
Osimhen again.
Great. So obviously Dr. Victor is actually, patriotic. Well, sadly, we don't have Nigeria, in the World Cup this season, sadly. But thanks to thanks to our music stars, the likes of Burna Boy and Rema representing Nigeria at the World Cup 2026 this season, we can only look forward to all of the amazing stuff that would emanate from football season, especially at this time. Now, back here in Edo State, interestingly, yesterday we saw a news emanating from Edo State government, as it says that the threat of a bandit attack in Edo has actually, resulted in the temporary closure of schools and parts of Akoko Edo. This morning, we're going to be having a community security advocate speak to us about the concerns. Away from that, we'll also look at the NDC, as we see that there's a bit of brouhaha currently happening within the camp of the NDC. Yesterday, the leader of the party and also the founder of the party, Sereke Dixon, was at a sister station. They actually call him the Great White Shark, where he said so many things about it. Hopefully, we have the National Publicity Secretary right here in the studio this morning. And also tomorrow, ahead of Democracy Day 2026, we turn our attention to look at 27 years of uninterrupted democracy. How far have we gone? We'll have Lady E. Ejiro Umukoro right here join us as well to take us through all of this amazing conversation. Now let me move over to Abuja and say hello to Charity. Good morning, Charity. How are you? And what are we getting from Abuja today?
Cool. Well, from Abuja, the discussion is centered on the uninterrupted democracy in Nigeria. Since 1999, Nigeria returned to civil rule. We are going to be taking a look at the gains and lessons and probably losses of what Nigeria has gone through in the last 27 years. And we're going to be having our guest, public affairs analyst, for us to be dissecting this particular topic together in the Abuja studio.
Amazing. Well, we're looking forward to all of this conversation and more. Now we'll take a short break. When we return our attention over to the national dailies. Please join us again. Welcome back. The Edo State government has ordered the immediate closure of 3 secondary schools in Akoko Edo local government area following intelligence reports indicating credible security threat to students, staff, and surrounding communities. In a circular dated June 9, 2026, and signed by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, Edo, Mr. Otameri, the government directed the closure of Ososo Grammar School, Ososo Comprehensive High School, and Makeke Secondary School, Makeke. So according to the ministry, the decision was based on security advisories received from relevant agencies regarding threats in parts of Akoko Edo local government area. Now, joining us this morning in the studio to dissect all of this and more is Reverend Sharif Azeke. He is a community security advocate. He joins us live in the studio this morning. Good morning, Reverend Sharif. Welcome on board.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Now, can you help us really break down what's led to all of this news that we're hearing at this point?
In the area of security.
Right.
Security, if it is not managed, it spreads. And because it has not been well managed all this while, so it's spreading to different facets of human endeavors. Right now, it has spread into schools. And it's very pathetic for me hearing that schools has been so vulnerable in this our 21st century, where we're supposed to give more attention in the area of security. And because much attention have not been given in the area of security, that's why you see these people have to take advantage of that one, to really begin to attack students, even the teachers. The criminals, per se, when they want government attention, they go for students and teachers. But when they want individual attention, they go for individuals. So government should give more attention to this. Like what happened in Ososo and its environment is based on intelligent gathering I think the DSS have done a good job there to get that one set so that every school in the state will be alert and be well prepared for what is before us.
Now, isn't it even worrisome that little children, and also teachers, but more importantly, children are now, the soft target of those guys? Why? How did we get here?
Well, it's a very pathetic thing that we have gotten to this point. We keep on asking, how did we get to this point that the security situation of this country are so degenerated to a point that nobody is safe? From the presidency, even to the baby in the room, nobody is safe. The whole thing is collapsing on a daily basis. Now, the focus now is on our schools. I think, based on what is going on right now, the government has much to do because the school is under the purview of the government. It is the responsibility of the government to make sure that schools are well protected. The guarantee of a child going to school and returning should come from the government. So the children have lost confidence of going to school with the mind of whether they will return or not. Even parents, it's affecting the students, it's affecting the parents, even the community, the government. Nobody is at rest at this time. When you study what has happened within these few years, you discover that a lot of schools have been attacked, students adopted, not just being adopted, killed, teachers killed. And I would say much has not been done in this direction. But what is happening now is a wake-up call for the government to really hold the arms from the bull angle.
All right, Dr. Sheriff, I'm sorry, Reverend Sheriff. You made mention of the fact that whenever they want to get the government's attention, they go for kids. Now, do you think, from the body language of the government, that they're actually doing enough in that regard? Because it seems to me that it's the children, the vulnerability of the children is the reason they're actually going for them, and they know that once they attack the children, then the government will show more interest or pay more attention to them. Now, do you think the government is actually showing by its body language that it's serious about protecting these little ones?
From my own perspective, I think government need to do much concerning what is happening, because when you miss this aspect of human life, you have tampered the future. Because education is the future of every country. When the children miss that aspect of it, you've already mortgaged the future of that environment or that's the society to what has happened to insecurity. So much attention should be given. Government should put much attention in this direction. That's what I'm talking about. There's a wake-up call right now. If you work very well, our schools, majority of our schools are vulnerable. Check our schools. Even ordinary perimeter fence, you don't see it in most of our schools. The security architecture, the organogram of our schools, these things are very weak. So we need to begin to look at this direction to see how we can put system and structure together. At least we keep on hearing this reoccurrence.
Because talking about security architecture, do you think that it has become necessary for security agents to be stationed at schools? Because as it stands, even what you just talked about, the organograms of these schools, it's not. We don't have enough. Like most of these schools are not protected enough. The walls are not even high enough to begin with. And even if they're high enough, what's the guarantee that they can keep these marauders away? So do you think it has become necessary for security to be stationed at these schools just to forestall?
Very, 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 very important. Which, if we cannot learn from what is happening, let us learn from other nations who have gotten it right. Because the protection of every Nigerian is the civil right of the government. The purpose of government is to protect the citizens. And when government fails from that angle, government has failed generally. That is why government should do much about, because we are talking about the future here. The future of this country lies in these children we are talking about. Because whatever we are doing, we are going to hand over the future to them. So we should not joke with the future.
Okay. Now, let me also quickly run you through the press release that was actually released yesterday by the Permanent Secretary at Ministry of Education, Mr. Otamere. Now, in that press release, it says that all academic and non-academic activities in the affected school are apparently hereby suspended with immediate effect, and however, candidates currently participating in ongoing West African Senior School Certificate Examination (WAEC) shall be allowed access to sit for their examinations under strict security arrangement and supervision as may be provided by relevant security agencies and community stakeholders. So apparently now that we know that there are going to be presence of security architecture in some of the schools, but do you think it's going to still give parents the confidence enough to even allow their children continue the WAEC examination that is currently on?
The government should give confidence to the parents that they are doing much about this direction. The parents need to be convinced, because right now, no parent wants to release his own child to a situation that is not having security promise. I can't release my child to an institution when the guarantee of that child security is not there. So there's this panicking everywhere. For even parents to release their children is becoming a problem. So the government should do much by convincing the parents on what they are doing. They should give special, proper awareness on security, safety in schools. Very, very important. And if we look at the genesis of this whole thing, I keep on talking about our borders that are open. We have a lot of strangers in our midst. We should not just talk about school. There's something that's transpired before all these things happen. Our borders, I keep on saying, our borders are open. And too many persons have entered this country unchecked, unprofiled. Nobody is profiling them. We are in the midst of people we don't know. That points a very terrible danger before us. Now, these guys are already in with us. Nothing like profiling. I think I was talking about this issue of census. When last did we carry out our census to know who is a citizen, who is not a citizen? About 20 years ago, even when the late President Buhari tried to do it, it was cancelled. We don't know why that was suspended. Even till now, we don't even know our numbers. We don't even know the people that are with us. We don't even know who are Nigerians and who are not Nigerians. Because these people that are doing this devilish act, most of them are not Nigerians. How can you enter into another man's country and try to take supremacy? It's a sign of certain things are not well handled. I believe from the government angle. The government need to do much. They need to look at our borders, because if these borders are open, no matter what we are doing, it's just like you open your door and you are praying that nothing should happen. Opening your door, you have only given leverage to whoever to come and attack you. So the government should look at the borders and look at those who are with us. These are the things that we need to look at very well.
Now, as we get to, leave the conversation here, because interestingly it's an ongoing one, how can the community leaders and security agencies actually work together to ensure that we're actually more safer in our different communities moving forward?
Security and safety is the responsibility of the government, but we should not put it in the hands of the government alone. It should be the responsibility of everybody, as long as things are going to this point. Everybody should come to the round table. Everybody should be stakeholder to fighting this one monster affecting this country called Nigeria. And when it comes to the safety of our schools, it is not just going to be done by the government alone. There are some systems and structure modalities that need to be put on ground. Number one, the government need to play their proper role by ensuring that the school is safe in the area of infrastructure. Because when you are building a school, you must look at the infrastructural design and you must put security into it. Like I talk about perimeter fencing. At least every school, the government should come up with a pattern that every school needs to be fenced. That's number one.
Do you think the fences are enough to keep the...
No, I'm coming. Okay. Every school needs to be fenced, because that's number one thing. Many of us, our homes are fenced. I can't live in an unfenced house as long as Nigeria is concerned in this direction. We should fence our schools. We should put good gates. You put the CCTV camera, no matter the environment, to checkmate security issues. Put CCTV cameras. Have an operation center where these things are monitored. You have your logbook. Try to check how people come in and how people go out. Your exits and your entrance should be well guided. All right. Then every school should have security guards.
Absolutely. Well,
we are coming to that.
Absolutely. We really must go right now because of the timing. But thank you so much for gracing our studio today, Reverend Sheriff Azeke, Community Security Advocate. Thank you so much for your time this morning in the studio.
Thank you very much.
Now, we'll take a short break. And when we turn our attention over to politics nationally. Please stay. Welcome back. Now, as we count down to the 2027 general elections, political observers are paying close attention to the development within the NDC. Internal disagreements, leadership questions, strategic realignment, and concerns about the party unity have sparked intense debate among members and supporters alike. Now, the question is, can the party overcome its current challenges and present a unified or a unified front ahead of the next electoral cycle? Now, what are the root causes of the crisis and what implications could it have on the party's future moving forward? Today, we examine all of these issues, explore possible solutions, and hear from a key stakeholder as we discuss the 2027 navigating the crisis currently in the NDC. Well, joining us to dissect all of this and more is OSA Director. He is the National Publicity Secretary of the NDC. He joins us live this morning. Good morning. Welcome on board.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Now, if you can hear me, how would you describe the current crisis rocking the NDC at the moment? Or rather, is there any crisis as we speak within the NDC?
Thank you very much. It was good that you rephrased the question, if there's any crisis rocking the NDC. Speaking on behalf of the party, I will say that we are experiencing what is not unusual, about the fallout of primaries in political parties. Once you are able to conduct your primaries, at the end of the day, you have several people jostling for just one ticket. And when the outcome is pronounced, certainly those who didn't get the ticket will have one reason or the other or another to say why they didn't get the ticket and probably criticize the process. We are respectful.
Okay, Ms. Elsa, are you there? Well, whilst we're still...
And cognizance of the fact that everyone has his own opinion to express, we want to ensure that we are able to... what you term a crisis is not an unusual thing after primaries in political parties. And considering the fact that, decently speaking, we are just barely less than 4 months old as a party, and we went through a lot of daunting challenges, getting the party registered, getting the digital register of the party, conducting congresses from what level to the state, and which culminated in the national convention, and they having to organize the primary. And we organize this primary across the length and breadth of Nigeria, 36 states, including Abuja, the FCT. We should be commended that a party that is just barely 3 years old was able to do that, fielding candidates in every state of the federation. And whatever differences people are, some of our members are expressing on the media space, we are addressing it, and we have set up a reconciliation committee, to look into all these grievances and harmonize. After the primaries, we even had to set up an appeals committee, which some did not even take advantage of. We encourage members to send their appeals to the appeal committee so that all these things can be looked into. But we have already passed that stage now. We have gone into the stage of the reconciliation committee. And this reconciliation committee, apart from the one at the national level, we are encouraging the state chapters of the party to also set up a reconciliation committee up to the world level to ensure that all our group members are assuaged and spoken to understand and appreciate the fact that at the end of the day, only one person is going to pick the ticket. Yeah, the system was not perfect like every human system, but there was no deliberate obstacle or mechanism put in place by the party to shut out some people from the process and from realizing their democratic aspiration. And we believe that at the end of the day, we'll be able to get all our members on board and resolve whatever differences we have. But it is not a crisis. It is a normal occurrence in political parties or even within a family where people have different ways and means of trying to reach a particular goal. The most important thing is that we have a set objective, a core values that all members of the party subscribe to. And that is why we are the party to beat and the party for the future and the party that will take Nigeria to its destined position that is in the Committee of Nations.
I hear you loud and clear. Well, I don't think anyone can dispute the fact that the NDC has increased rapidly since it came on board in, 3 months ago. But now, hearing internal dispute, especially emanating after the party primaries, is it possible that the speed at which NDC has grown has outpaced the party?
Yeah, we cannot really say it as a party. Certainly speaking, we expected to grow big. We are building an institution, but no one can tell you for a fact that he or she expected the party to grow this fast and so quick. So that in itself is a challenge, but it's a challenge that we are determined to tackle positively and effectively. And we are blessed to have leaders of strong character, leaders who are committed to the virtues of democracy and rule of law. A national leader, distinguished Senator Seriake Dickson, is vastly experienced, in every arm of government. He's a lawyer. He's been a commissioner for justice in Bayelsa State. He's been a two-term member of the House of Rep, serving second term in the Senate. I was two-time two-time governor of Bayelsa State. So both the judiciary, legislative arm and the executive arm is vastly experienced. We have our flag bearer, the presidential candidate Peter Obi, former governor, two-time governor of Bayelsa State. We have the running mate, the vice presidential candidate, Dr. Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, two-time governor of Kano State and former Minister of Defense. So these are vastly experienced people who are not unfamiliar with this kind of challenges of managing a party that is rapidly growing, because like we always say, we are the fastest growing party in Nigeria, even though some say the fastest growing party in Africa, because anything that happens in Nigeria, you extrapolate it to imagine that since Nigeria is the biggest country on the continent of Africa, we are the fastest growing party in Africa. So we are managing these challenges because we have experienced leaders to do that.
Okay, Osa, there's absolutely no doubt that you guys boast, or should I say the NDC boasts, a plethora of prominent people who are experienced in politics and politicking. But I would like to know, because you just made mention that the differences or the crisis in the NDC, so to speak, are just healthy disagreements that siblings face. Now, is that really the case? Because some persons would rather see it from the angle that this is just a clash between people who are egocentric, people who are fighting for their personal interest. How do you reconcile both?
Yeah, you may not be far from it. Not all of them. Some of them will certainly be fighting for their own personal ambition. There's nothing wrong in that. At the end of the day, you have to subsume or subjugate your ambition to the policies of the party. We have a mechanism for enhancing and promoting internal democracy. So your ambition should not override the established programs and policies of the party. You have to exercise that your ambition within the established rules and regulation of the party, that is the NDC. That is what we are making every member understand. As a matter of fact, we call ourselves a party of innovation. And we started that right from day one. When all the aspirants came to Abuja for screening, at the end of the day, we organized a dinner party for every one of them. It has never happened. for a party to organize a dinner party at his own expense for aspirants, where the national leader, Distinguished Senator Seraki Dixon, and our presidential candidate, His Excellency Peter Obi, and the engineer Buba Galadima, who represented the vice presidential candidate, addressed aspirants. We appeal to them that in some cases we have a lot of people contesting for just one ticket. For example, in our state there, Oredo, initially we had 21 aspirants for Oredo federal constituency. This was prone to 11. And at the end of the day now, only 4 of them went to the final tape, tried to breast the tape. So these are things that pose a lot of challenge for us. But at the end, we are determined to ensure that please, only one person is going to get the ticket. And at the end of the day, we all have a role to play. We don't need to occupy elective offices before we can contribute to the growth of the party and by extension, the growth and development of our dear country, Nigeria.
Salsa, a lot of things to talk about, and we're just few time in. Now let's talk about the aggrieved members. Right here in Edo State, we have aggrieved members protesting in Edo State regarding the NDC primaries, and not just in Edo State. I hear similar situation happened in Imo State, in Rivers State as well. In fact, in Imo State, the questions are being raised about internal democracy, and we also hear allegations of the NDC actually giving their tickets to the highest bidder, meaning if you do not have enough money, you won't get a ticket. Why is that happening?
That is totally untrue. These are narratives that are being bandied about in the media. We are mindful of that, because the way now we emerge as the biggest opposition party right now is also posing a threat to the ruling party. We have intelligence information that there are moves within our party, or there are people around in the country who wants to ensure that this party is demarketed and delegitimize our aspiration. But that is normal in politics. That we give a ticket to the highest bidder is certainly not true. I know what you are trying to refer to, but some people complain that they were asked to pay development levy, development levy to the party. Yes, every party, the oxygen of every party is finance. Parties are run on the basis of finance. We should also be commended that we are a party which was funded by Seraki Dixon, but he is not saying, I'm the founder and I'm the owner of the party. The party belongs to every one of us, and every one of us was given an opportunity to contribute financially and own the party. And it was not by force. Everyone was told, these are contributions you have to make. And it was not compulsory. There are a lot of people who never contributed anything. There are a lot of people who contributed whatever they have. And there are those who fed maybe their money bags, and they contributed immensely. So for people to come out to say, we are selling the ticket to the highest bidder, it's totally untrue. The lists have been banding around in those states. Your station is based in your headquarters is in Edo State. Please look at the list that have been banding around. Why not consider assuming that those are the true list? How many of those people are money bags? How many of those people are money bags? So that is totally untrue.
If you can hear me, I feel at this point we're getting conflicting response, because yesterday at a sister station, the founder of the NDC, who also calls himself the Great White Shark, reacted to this particular allegation, and he said, when you are fighting with the big wigs like the APC, who have a lot of monies, and you do not expect someone who comes in suit and say, I have intention, I have the zeal, I have the capability to run, and it just flies like that. But away from that, another major question I'd love to ask you is the fact that NDC hasn't released any results that emanated from the primaries at this point. Why is that? And we're also getting feelers that, interestingly, on social media and offline, we're seeing some results, and the NDC and you in particular have come out to say that we should disregard those results. But at this point, no results out from the NDC. What's going on?
Yes, I thank God you referred to the Great White Shark. And he also said on that program that it is not compulsory that you print out your result for everybody to see. I ask you a question. The ruling party, All Progressive Congress, APC, conducted their primaries 2 weeks before us. Have you seen any result anywhere from them? The ADC conducted their primaries before us. Have you seen any result from them? There's a procedure. When you conduct your primaries, it is not compulsory that you place it on the wall for everyone to see. What you do, or the process, is that you upload the name to INEC and you contact candidates that are successful to come and pick their nomination form and fill. It only becomes public when INEC now makes its portal public to show the candidates of the various parties. So no one is showing any result publicly. We have not done anything wrong by not publishing the result. And that is why we consistently maintain that report of results or display of results you see on social media platforms and all that are not necessarily the true results of the party. That people should wait until INEC make their public portal available for everyone to pay. We have done the needful constitutionally.
All right, Mr. Osa, you'll agree with me that His Excellency Peter Obi, a former presidential candidate, is the major reason why the NDC seems to be gathering so much momentum. And given the crisis that the party is facing, I know you've dismissed it as just a healthy disagreement that families experience. What is Peter Obi saying? What do you think is his body language as regards this squabble that the NDC is currently facing? Is he making any efforts to, use his influence, his good influence, his good personality to change the narrative and to ensure that the differences are, sorted out? Or he's just concerned about his personal ambition, which is becoming the president of the country?
Well, let me say that we are not like the APC that rule based on body language. We make our pronouncement and...
Okay. Go on. Mr. Osa, are you there?
Okay, I think
I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead if you can hear us, please.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, you want to answer the question that was being asked by my colleague?
Yes.
You did get a question.
I got the question about our presidential candidate Peter Obi, what is his position and what his body language is. And I said that we are not the APC that rules based on the body language. Peter Obi is a man who is consistent. Yes. Well, the fact is that he's also working hard to ensure that all these matters are resolved. And as a matter of fact, in the Southeast, he nominated four leaders, that is caucus leaders, to take care of this primary, including himself. In Abia, we have Chief Oyema Ugochukwu. In Imo State, we have former Governor Achike Odenwa. In Ebonyi, we have former Governor and Senator Sam Egu, and he was, His Excellency Peter Obi, was in charge of Anambra State. So to that extent, he was an insider, in the process of the conduct of the primaries in the South. Okay. And I'm sure that they are going to sit down in a way to ensure that everybody is reconciled and put on the same page.
Okay, well, we really have to go at this point, but the final question I would love to ask you is, do you think how sure are you that the NDC can actually challenge the ruling party in the forthcoming election?
That is blind. That the NDC is the biggest challenge or the biggest threat to the ruling party. And we are not taking Nigerians for granted. We'll continue our grassroots mobilization. We're going to sell our policies and the programs to the people so that they can see and know that the NDC is a salvation vehicle. We are the Salvation Army, determined to rescue Nigeria from the present state of mess that has found itself. So the NDC certainly is the party to beat, and we are the darling and the political bride of Nigerians presently.
Well, Salvation Party indeed. Osa Director, National Publicity Secretary, NDC, thank you so much for your time this morning on the show. Well, we can only wait and see to the outcome of everything moving forward in the 2027 general election. Now, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to talk about ahead of Democracy Day 2026. How far have we gone? All of this and more after this break. Thank you so much for rejoining us on the show as we commemorate Democracy Day tomorrow, June 12, 2026. It is important to have a moment of reflection on the nation's democratic journey, its triumphs, challenges, and lessons learned along the way. Now, democracy remains a cornerstone of governance, and it was founded on the principles of participation, accountability, the rule of law, and the protection of fundamental rights. Over the years, significant milestones have been recorded in strengthening democratic institutions and promoting citizen engagement. Yet, questions remain about governance, electoral integrity, economic development, security, and the extent to which democratic dividends have reached an ordinary Nigerian. So at this moment, we take a closer look at the progress that has been made so far, obstacles that persist, and the opportunities that lies ahead of us. Now, joining us to do justice to all of this and more is Lady E. Ejiro Umukoro. She is the founder and publisher, Lightre Media, right here in Nigeria. Good morning, Lady E. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you very much, Abigail.
Now, let's begin. How would you assess the state of democracy in Nigeria compared to the previous years?
It's interesting that we're trying to measure against the backdrop of the kind of governance that is supposedly to be practiced in Nigeria, namely that it's about democracy. Unfortunately, if we are to measure what democracy represents, which is power by the people, vested in the people, for the people, it shows that the majority of decision-making in terms of voting, in terms of participation in policies and governance and economic development, primarily rests on the active involvement of citizens in its entire process, the entire gamut of the landscape of governance and accountability in terms of legislative and judiciary practices. Nigeria claims to have a democracy, and it imported ideas that are lumped from two different countries. You have the system of parliament and the system of the federal government, and then you have the system of involving, the bicameral representation, either the Senate or representatives for Nigerians. These are all imported ideas. While it is true that democracy should be about the people, governance should also be adaptable to the structure of its own people, their value system, the way of life, their philosophy, the principles that guide them, the culture, the tradition. All of that is very key in the redesigning of what you call a governance system that is effective. Currently, as we are now, Nigeria is in a situation where we have what is called a liberalistic kind of governance. It's not so much about democracy. The reason being that when you have too much liberality in the manner that it is being done today, you have a situation where it is about the elitists within a small pocket of people who become the oligarchs. Not just oligarchs, but you also have a section of the elitist minority of the minorities who now have or hold power and hold sway throughout the system in terms of who benefits, in terms of you have to know somebody to be able to succeed in life. You have to know connections, because without them, permission does not exist and opportunities are close to you. That cannot happen. A democracy means that the economic prosperity of a people is not hinged on the permission or the approval or the access to a certain few group of persons who are the minorities of the minorities for you to succeed in life. If you take, for example, what has happened in the New York City, for example, you will see that there was a change that happened. You had the elitists, the business moguls. You had the elitists, the politicians who wielded the political will. You have the elitists, the few billionaires who were making so much money in Silicon Valley, as well as the trade business investment. These people just seems as even the big pharmaceuticals, they were all involved. These were a small cluster of people, less than 0.00001% of the entire population, seem to hold sway to an entire state as it is. And the citizens now realize that if we don't do something about this, what will happen is these few persons are going to take over our survival. And then they came out en masse. In Nigeria here, what we're beginning to see is that the citizens themselves have already even lost hope to themselves. The citizens are refusing to fight for what they should have for themselves.
Right, Lady E. Right, I can hear you loud and clear. So many things have actually been brought to the table at this point with that amazing introduction. But now let's move over to talk about the achievements so far. 27 years of uninterrupted democracy. What are some of our biggest achievements, or do you think we really do have achievement or not? Let's hear you.
Achievement in Nigeria is pretty relative. For example, when we look about we still have higher apathy in voting amongst Nigerians. You see Nigerians who try first vote for the first time in their lives, and all of a sudden they want to run away. Right? They take off because the first time they went out to vote, either they were attacked, they were brutalized, or the electronic system failed them because you had umpires within the electoral magnets and body who seem to have made compromises. And that backfires on the will of the people. So on that aspect, when it comes to voter participation, active involvement, and the reward for being in that system, who as a voter go out to vote, we have not done pretty well in that direction. Can it be better? Absolutely, it can be better. And if you look at what is happening today in Nigeria with the diversity and the multiplication of political parties, it's not just having them in numbers, but we want a situation where the political parties understand their role. That is not about having a political platform so that you can clinch the ticket, so it will now become your turn to loot the treasury. That mentality is what we need to fight. And we see that very pervasive in our society. So we see people churning out political parties. In their numbers, it's fantastic. You say, hey, you applaud. But in the reality of its manifestation, of the impact on society, we're not doing very well. We saw the incident that happened in Delta State where the train overrailed and people's lives were lost. We had a situation where the federal government has a budget for the development of Nigerians' infrastructure. But if you look at our train infrastructure, for example, it is abysmal. It is disappointing. It is disgusting. A situation where Nigerians cannot travel the entire gamut of this landscape called Nigerian space via train. As at this time, when China, when US, when other smaller countries lesser than Nigeria already have a train system that are not just effective, but sound coaches that carry people from one point to another. That is a failed system already. So we need to address all of this kind of poor infrastructural lack. For example, to go to Lagos, you have the Ibadan Expressway, the Badagry Expressway that's supposed to connect us to places like Togo and other countries outside of West Africa, down all the way to Sierra Leone and all of that. You don't see that development happening. We have waterways in Nigeria that should be transversing Nigerians across the places, no matter where you are in the world or anywhere you are in Nigeria. But you don't have that. So even our water system is nothing to write home about. Look at, for example, the Lekki Expressway in Lagos, the same thing. So if you go throughout Nigeria, even in oil-rich states like Delta, Edo, Ondo, you see places like River State. You cannot say there is one city where the entire cities themselves, their roads are made, or hospitals are in the places they should be, or the local government itself are
All right, thank you very much, Lydia Jiro. That was a very brilliant analysis. Now, prior to this interview, we had a conversation that brought us on internal democracy. Now, the squabbles that we see in some of these parties, even the NDC, which is touted to be the new bride, do you think it's a reflection of insincerity on the part of the aspirants, the powers that be, or these are just normal differences that political parties go through? Still talking about democracy.
Nigerians are not honest with themselves. Nigerians are their own number one self-saboteurs. Nigerians are their own hypocrites and pretenders. Nigerians do not confront a situation, they rather mask it with dressings and words and persuasions, and then they will now throw in a bit of tribal bigotry or some political shenanigans happening. We see this all the time. So what you're seeing playing out is a Nigerian character. And until we begin to understand that our character as a people is deficit, and we need to begin to look at the man in the mirror, the Nigerian in the mirror. You see what we see playing out in all the parties. I mean, which party is free of this? Not one. And I mean, not one. Why? Because there's a Nigerian mentality of a single person takes it all. There's also the mentality of now we own, now for us. So we confessed. How do you deal with a mentality that is so selfish, so self-centered, so very intrinsically about self and little else to do with anybody else? You're not going to thrive. So until we address the Nigerian character, which is fundamentally a problem where it is driven by greed, it is driven by self-interest, driven by the need to control and own everything else to the detriment of other persons, we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to continually see this. And that's not democracy. A democracy is one whereby we all go into, for example, a party. Even if parties have manifestos, you don't see them implement these manifestos. Even when parties know the rule of law, you don't see them, implement the rule of law. So until we begin to address these issues we have with regard to how we even treat this entity called Nigeria, how we respect the laws that are already good laws in Nigeria. We have very good laws in Nigeria, but we need to begin to implement all of this in our totality in how we deal with one another.
Right, Lady E. Now, I know you're one of the most vocal person when it comes to media and democracy here in Nigeria and also globally as well. So I'd love to get your insights as regards how important is it for us to have free and independent media to democratic growth in the country?
All right. I think first and foremost, their role is for public interest first. And if their role is public interest first, it means they must do everything they can to devolve as much in the financial dependence on political structures that feeds into the system. You must be able to see how you can also break away from adverts that have connections to political powers that can decide that they will withdraw their source of income to you. It must get to a point where the media must understand that you have to serve the community first. And then their financial funnels must be designed in a manner that it actually taps into all of these openings, the gaps, the opportunities that exist, because they are there. But most often than not, the people who handle or are the helm of affairs of the media organization themselves are also complicit. They also dabble into areas they have no business dabbling into. They make compromises behind the scenes with some of the top persons because either they want them here or they also want other opportunities to come their way. That's on the one hand when it comes to financial independence. Then when it comes to how we educate the public, the Nigerian media has failed woefully. And I mean it, because like you rightly noted, I am somebody who has traversed globally the Nigerian media landscape, and well beyond Nigeria into the European and other African states as well. So I'm speaking from a place where I understand that when you see very effective media doing their job, what it does first it empowers the mind of the average citizens. It gives the citizens the right information, the right tools to be able to hold both themselves as citizens accountable, as well as those who have been put in positions of responsibility to govern the state and the entire country. Then also the media must begin to understand that we have BON, we have NGE, we have RATAO, we have NUJ, NAWOJ. All of these organizations, they all exist, but they all seem to be fighting against each other or disinterested in the entire one visionary goal for the media landscape in Nigeria. Now, until these bodies, even the print organizations of Nigeria, all of them, until they understand that, look, we have only one goal here, the protection of the media's independence and its financial survival, plus the public interest for the citizens, they go nowhere. Instead, what will now happen is you will have a few media organizations who are surviving, but also have linkages to sources of income that no other person below them will have. And that anomaly needs to be corrected. So at this point in time, we want a situation where the media organizations themselves also bring in well-trained members and anchors and researchers and data analysts and reporters and correspondents who actually know the job. Right now, what we have is we have people in broadcast industry, which is a space I have been advocating for, who have no business being in broadcast. Right now, even in the print media and online digitized news platforms, what we're beginning to see is garbage out, garbage in. And this needs to stop. We are reducing the psyche, collective intellectual capacity of our Nigerian audiences. And once the level of the citizens are low, democracy fails every single time.
Okay. All right, Lady Ejiro, thank you very much. Now, in some quarters, some persons have been clamoring for local government autonomy as a way to bring government closer to the people and for them to feel the impact or enjoy the dividends of democracy. Do you share that sentiment? Do you think local government autonomy will change anything, or it's just going to be the same old same?
We already have local government autonomy. The local governments are enjoying their own direct fund. So any local government who is still having this conversation of local government autonomy, it simply means that whoever has been elected as the local government chairman and the representatives of the councils themselves have already failed. That means you have incompetent people in position of governance making decisions they have no capacity to deliver on. Now, what has happened in Nigerian democracy system is the hijack of incompetent persons being in positions of making important life-changing decisions across the board for Nigerians. And in this context now, the local government areas. A councillor has so much access to money. The fact comes to the government, it comes to the state as well, it comes to the local government. The question is, did you put a yes sir councillor at that position? Or did you put someone who knows what they are doing and can really deliver on the job? Who can question the state governor and say, Governor, this money that is meant for the local government is meant to take care of our waste disposal system, is meant to make sure that our local roads, direct labor is actually attended to, street lights are done properly. We need to have street lights in all our local government areas. We want to ensure that our primary healthcare systems and centers are effective and are working, and that the mothers who are with this want to reduce the mortality rate for mothers who are getting ill or children who are dying. These are where the monies are supposed to go. So when you're seeing that this is not happening, it means you already have the local government chairman who is in the position of power, whether elected or forced down on the people who have no business being there in the first place.
Right. Okay, now moving forward, looking ahead, what's the future of democracy in Nigeria?
It begins with the people. If the people do not understand that the power is in their hands, if you don't know the power you have, you will not know how to deploy it effectively. If you do not understand that there are tools for you to use as a citizen to engage governance, question them, and break down the entire hold that they have, just like they did in New York, you will continue to be oppressed, suppressed, and tyrannized. And then the citizens must begin to read. As many people know me for, I'm an advocate for reading. And I don't mean mean social media and internet reading or WhatsApp reading. I mean reading books, going to libraries, going to museums to understand history, so that we break this generational cycle of destruction and dependency and poor governance. We must do it as a citizen, and it begins with your capacity to be able to have critical thinking. The average Nigerian is not a critical thinker. It's an emotionally activated, stimulated person whose button can easily be pressed left, right, and center by anybody who knows how to press the button of their emotions, and then psychologically give them the kind of trauma that makes them dependent. Nigerians must understand that they should understand that the elitists, the politicians, see them as a tool for their own end, for their own goals. The moment you understand that somebody is using you and will dump you, you change. What do you begin to do? You tap into the using of the proper tools. There are policy tools that Nigerians must use. We don't engage our local government chairman. How many persons are going to see their local government chairman or even know the local government chairman's name? They're not interested. If you're not interested in something, you will not be part of it. You will not question it. Things will go bad and you will just sit down and look. And that sit down and look mentality is what Nigerians must stop. And from henceforth today, must decide that they cannot be sit down look people. You must write petitions to your local government chairman if they are not doing well. You will organize yourself as a people and have a visit to the local government chairman. He does not even need to know that you are coming. You will go there and you will visit him in your numbers and say, what is going on, local government chairman? You will gather yourself, you go to the House of Assemblies and say, local representatives, I don't see what you're doing. This is what we want. And then when they fail, you make sure they don't come back for voting. And you cannot keep telling me that as a citizen, because one politician told you that your vote does not count, then you will believe that's propaganda, then internalize that propaganda and say, my vote does not count. So there's therefore no point to go and vote. That's a big lie. They want to use that as a strategy to prevent you from actually participating in your democratic system. And if you don't understand that democracy it depends on you as a citizen with the vested power, what will happen is you will now remove yourself from this system where you're supposed to be a decision maker. So we must begin to understand that our children, we need to begin to raise patriotic Nigerian children. Even we as adults must be in how we do Nigeria. We must love Nigeria first.
Right. Lady E, thank you so much. We really need to leave the conversation here at this point, but a lot of things has been said, and then at the end of the day, it's up to the federal, the state, and the local government, and also the citizens to pay attention and do the needful. Lady E. Ejiro Umukoro, founder and publisher, Light Ray Media, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Now, that's our bit right here this morning, right here in our Benin studio. We'll take a short break and move over to Abuja and also Lagos. All of this and more after this break. Happy Democracy Day in advance, Nigeria.
ITV, and this is the Abuja Network Studio, where the conversation will continue on Nigeria's democracy for the past 27 years. Ahead of Democracy Day will be tomorrow, that is the 12th of May. But since 29 May 1999, Nigeria returned to civil rule. What are the gains? What are the losses? What have we learned so far? What can we say has been achieved throughout these years? And to discuss this matter with me in the studio, I have Reverend Amoye Simon. He is also a public affairs analyst. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much for having me, and maybe congratulations to Nigeria on the 27th Democracy Day.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Now, looking back to 1999.
Joining Nigeria, my has been very poor.
According to statistics, voter turnout has crashed from 1999 to 2023. That's from 52% to 29%. And now, why do you think Nigerians would rather not vote than to?
Okay, if I am engaged in any activity, no matter how trivial and no matter how great, and that activity does not bring for me the required benefit, the feedback loop is broken, or the feedback loop becomes negative, I will hardly invest my effort and energy in that activity. For those of us that were around in 1999, we knew the hopes that we came in to democracy with. I think the mention of the word dividends of democracy have declined over the past maybe 10, 15 years. Before now, you hear people talk about dividends of democracy, but you don't hear about that anymore. And that tells you that something have gone wrong within the system. So when people don't come out to vote, it's because they have not actually seen the dividends of democracy. And then the propaganda machine, of course, have continued to be well oiled in Nigeria. It has continued to discourage people from voting, in the sense that a situation is created as if the elections have been done before the votes were cast. And that again have continued to do that. We saw an expression in some states in Nigeria, which, while votes were being counted, in some local government chairmen were being announced at the state level. You know, we have cases of while elections were still being held or had not even been held in places, voters had already been declared. We've had cases where people go to court and they get themselves declared as governors or senators or House of Rep members and chairmen and all of that. So why would the citizens waste their time go to the polls to vote if already? So these are the things we see. And again, it comes back to the issue I mentioned, the issue of weak institutions. We have not strengthened our institutions sufficiently to be able to protect not just the interests of the politicians or the elites, as one of your earlier guests said, but also the citizens, who are the greatest part of the machine of democracy. So when you see people, when you see voter apathy, you have to check what caused this. You've been here 27 years. How many election cycles have held? The first-time voters that voted in 1999, are they still voting today? Those that have turned 18 between 1999 and today, are they still voting? Those that were born in 1999 should have voted like twice already, or maybe, yes, but like twice by now in different election cycles. But have they actually cared to go to the polls and vote? And this is how we manage to destroy the voter confidence that we had. So if you don't have if the voters don't have confidence in the system, why waste their time? They rather go to the nearest shop. After all, it's a work-free day in Nigeria. They rather go to the nearest place and relax. In fact, the number of people that you have sitting idle on election day at home and in other places are more than the number of people at the polling units trying to vote. And that should tell us a lot that there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
So in all of this, who should take the blame? Nigerians, INEC, or?
Nigerians. Because every institution in Nigeria is made of Nigerians. I have not seen an INEC chairman that voted. I have not seen a polling unit agent or inspectors, as they like to call themselves. I have not seen one that's a foreign national. Observers, of course, but the operators are Nigerians. So as long as the citizens do not take their stand and play their part, the machine of democracy will continue to, in Nigeria, will continue to run at fault. Now, maybe we'll still go further in the conversation. You ask the question, who is to blame? It is the citizens. It is us. We can't throw the blame to any other person. It is we caused this. We allowed it. We allowed it to fester. We allowed, like your earlier speaker says, the 0.0001-ish percentage of the elitists to hijack the system. And unfortunately, we seem not to have the willpower and also the courage to fight it. Because how do you fight it? Now, there's how do we fight that? How do the citizens rise up and say, no, this system is not working, it's not favoring us, and so we want a better bargain, we need a better deal. Of course, a lot of schools of thought and individuals have said so many different things that I'll not bother to talk about, and how that can happen from what we call the quiet and maybe, how do you call it, without violence. There's violence-free revolution. You've seen all kinds of stuff trying to happen, all the while, and then it will get squashed, and like that. So until the citizens take the blame and are ready to say, okay, we're going to rise up and we're going to solve this now, it's not going to happen, because those that benefit from the system will not want it to change.
They keep telling people to get their PVC. Every election, you get your PVC, get your PVC. And some people feel that because Nigerians have refused to participate in voting, that is why this keeps happening. But how can Nigeria successfully use their PVCs?
It is still better to go and vote, even though the democracy seems not to be working as we expect. It's still better to participate, because until you participate, you do not have the moral high ground to ask anybody anything. If I did not participate in the immediate past election cycle, I don't have the right to sit down here and say anything, because I did not contribute any resource of my time or energy to see that, to be able to now talk about what did not work. But because I participated, I can talk. I will tell Nigerians, go get your PVC, and when elections come, go and vote. It does not matter whether the vote counted or not, but because then you'll be able to stand and say, I participated, I took part in this. No matter what happened, I have a voice and I have to be listened to. Until that time comes, go and vote. Don't say, it's not working, it's not working. It's not working, it's not working, but who will fix it? It's still you and I. Now, how would we fix it if we don't participate? And we can't seem to fight the system. We can't seem to resist it and to stop it and to change it. So the best thing is get involved. In your involvement, then you introduce the change. But so long as you sideline, you avoid. Avoidance have never solved any problem. In fact, it allows the problem to continue to fester. But if you participate, if you get your voter's card, you go out and vote on election day, and then you can stand up and talk to whoever cares to listen and whoever is willing to cause a change, that I participated and I demand what is, if I have my civic duties, the government also have, and the operators of the government also have their civic duties to participate. So again, I will encourage Nigerians, in the next election cycle, in your local government, from your polling unit, go out and vote. Be a part of the system. In fact, your vote is one of the major weapons we have. However, of course, it can be hijacked. Of course, all kinds of things can happen. But how do we prove that such a thing happened if we do not vote? If you do not go out and vote, how will you prove that your polling unit was rigged, or your the ward in your local government was rigged, or your local government was rigged, if you don't go out and vote? If you create chances for people to be able to use the rigging machine that have already been calibrated, to operate it at full capacity. So how will you now prove that something went wrong? Practical example, you have a polling unit of 15 persons. 3 people came out and voted. The other 12 didn't show up. Of course, the agent can do whatever they want to do and claim that 18 people came and voted. And then the rigging machine is, but if you are able to come out and you ensure that it is only those 3 that voted that can be reported, and then it continues like that, you can track where the rigging comes in, and then you can begin to work from that point to change it. So go out and vote, get your PVC and vote. It is the first step towards solving the problem.
In strengthening institutions, for example, like the Independent National Electoral Commission,
Yes.
what will you say should be done to ensure that INEC is 100% independent?
Of course, how does government control everything? It's funding. The funding of INEC must be removed from the control of the executive and even the legislature, even if possible the judiciary. INEC must be capped in such a way that it has full autonomy, not partial, not with strings attached. No, it needs to have a level of full autonomy to act on its own, just the way the name says, independent. But so long as that independence does not exist, then no matter what you do, it's going to be a problem. Number two, the influence, the overbearing influence that the arms of government want to have on INEC has to be resisted. INEC has to be protected to a large extent. Even if you were going to have an INEC that is only constituted at election, I want you to understand what I'm trying to say. If you're going to have an electoral commission that is only constituted at election, 1 year to election, you constitute, and whatsoever you want to do is done within that time. After elections, declarations, everything is done, INEC goes away. Even if that is what you need to do, in order that you have an unbiased umpire, I would rather have that than have an INEC that is so pressured, influenced by the executive, by the legislature, so that they do things and declare whatsoever that people want them to do. Again, that can only come to play when the citizens realize that they are the ones to protect INEC and not the other way around.
Well, we're really short of time, but before I let you go, your final word.
Democracy have come a long way, but I also believe it has a longer way to go. The oldest democracy we think of for now is the United States. It's about 200 years and counting. I believe Nigeria can get beyond 200 years, but we must get back to solving democracy. Our democracy, in my words, is sick. It needs to be cured, and then it can do the work that we desire it to do. And who are to cure it? It is we, citizens. It is not the elites. It's not, they won't solve it because they are benefiting from it as it stands, in my estimation. We, the citizens, the everyday Nigerian, we are the ones that are going to fix it. And the way we're going to fix it does not start with, you know, a 100 million man march to the villa. That won't solve it. It is from our own little spheres. And where is that? Your polling unit. That's catch area where you vote, where you cast your vote. That is where the change must begin. Get involved in politics. Get involved in political parties. Be a part of the machinery so that you can introduce that change that you want to see. Or else, I pray that the next scorecard will be better.
Thank you very much, Reverend Simon Amoye Simon, and also a public affairs analyst. That was quite interesting, and it's been good having you on the program.
Thank you very much.
Well, that will be all from the Abuja Network studio. After this time out, we will be linking you up with Lagos studio for more.
Many thanks for rejoining on TMI this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unko. And of course, I have Dr. Victor Ohai here with me. We'll be doing this together. Dr. Victor, good morning once again.
Good morning.
Okay, our guest this morning that would help us talk about this topic is Dapo Adaramewa. He is a governance consultant, spokesperson, and also Obedience Movement. Hello, good morning, Dr.
Good morning. How are you?
Mr. Dapo, good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm very well.
Thank you so much for coming. So today we're going to be talking about, tomorrow is June 12th, Democracy Day, as Nigeria delivered on its promise on democracy. So that is what we'll be talking about tomorrow, as Nigeria marks another Democracy Day on June 12th. Questions that once again being asked, a state of our democracy 27 years after the return to civilian rule. Many Nigerians are reflecting on the gains the challenges and the road ahead. Elisa delivered on its promises of freedom, development, and good governance, or are citizens still waiting for the dividends we are promised? These are some of the issues we will discuss today on this table. Do we practice democracy in Nigeria, or is just always celebrating democracy? Right to come out to speak. Do we have freedom of speech in Nigeria? Government delivered on democracy. Dr. Victor, let's get you to hear your take before.
Okay, so for me, yeah, June 12, you know, it used to be May 9, and they changed it to June 12. And there's sentimental reasons for terms of June. But if there was one, unfortunately, the military aborted it. So my question to you, the first question is this in Nigeria that Nigerians voted for on June 12th?
I would say no. What we got was a hollowed out shell of what a democracy is, right? So we have the institutions, we have the doctrine of the separation of powers. We have elections. You know, we have an executive. We have a judiciary. But over the years, through corruption, it's just a bad leadership. All of those things have been hollowed out. Then no longer purpose that they're supposed to serve. And the clearest evidence of that is the fact that Nigeria is no longer believe in the system. Of delivering for Nigerians. People are pointing that out and inciting.
Top of the morning to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igbo-J. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to protect Nigeria's biodiversity conservation and environmental sustainability with the inauguration of key infrastructure and community support projects at Okomu National Park in Ovia Southwest Local Government Area, Edo State. The projects, executed under the Food and Agriculture Organization FAO and Global Environment Facility 7 Biodiversity Project, attracted government officials, development partners, and stakeholders, including representatives of the Edo State government, and inaugurated by the Minister of Environment, Malam Balarabe Abbas Lawal. Ofuria Neto reports.
On his arrival in Benin City, the Minister of Environment, Malam Balarabe Abbas, led a high-power delegation to Udo community in Ovel Southwest Local Government Area for the inauguration of key projects under the FAO and GEF 7 Biodiversity projects. The intervention, supported by the Global Environmental Facility, the Food and Agriculture Organization, CIRA, and the National Park Service, include a ranger barracks, renovated FOCA office at Okomu National Park, and conservation support equipment for host communities. Welcoming the delegation, Conservator of Okomu National Park, Lawrence Usaze, described the projects as a boost to biodiversity conservation. Honorable Nusa Adams, who represented Governor Mondo Upewulu, reaffirmed the state's commitment to environmental protection.
It demonstrates the federal government's unwavering commitment to protecting our nation's rich biological resources. And I want all beneficiaries to take ownership of them and ensure that they are properly maintained.
FAO representative in Nigeria and to ECOWAS, Dr. Hussein Gandani, commended the partnership and reaffirmed the organization's commitment to environmental sustainability.
The facility is being commissioned today represent more than physical infrastructure. That implies our shared commitment to protecting biodiversity.
These facilities will provide better working conditions for our rangers and strengthen the protection of vital ecosystems.
High points include the unveiling of conservation and livelihood support equipment, inspection of a guard of honor, and a guided tour of the newly commissioned facilities. Earlier, the minister paid a courtesy visit to the ESL of Udo, His Royal Highness Patrick Igbinidu. From Okomu National Park, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
And the Ojonwe elders of Ugoniye Korionwo in Orionwa Local Government Area, Edo State, have warned members of the public not to transact any business with the suspended Enogie Edugi Oriahi. Usemu Jame Usage was there.
A statement jointly signed by the Odionwe, Pa James Ebo Ehige, and Okaigele, Mr. Vincent Agbonhikpakpa, says anyone who transacts business, especially landed property with a suspended Enogi, does so at his or her own risk. It advised anyone who wishes to transact business in Ugoniye Korionwo to do so through the Odionwe appointed by the Palace of the Oba of Benin. The statement also called on all landed property owners in Ugoniye Korionwo to present their documents for verification and authentication. According to the statement, the verification exercise will take place from 1st July to 31st October 2026. The statement advised anyone who wishes to make further inquiries to contact the Odionwe, Pa James Ebo Ehige, or the Okaigele, Mr. Vincent Agbonhikpakpa, through the phone numbers on the screen.
And to other stories, where the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, along with national commissioners, is meeting with chairmen and secretaries of political parties ahead of the forthcoming Ekiti governorship. The meeting, which is scheduled for June 20th, 2026, will hold exactly 11 days to the governorship election. The meeting hopes to enable the political parties of the electoral umpire to put finishing touches on all the preparations for the Ekiti governorship election. In his opening remarks, the INEC chairman, Joash Amopito, defended the commission's decision to appeal the recent court judgment on the powers of the commission to set a timetable for elections, including that of setting timelines for pre-election activities for political parties, such as the conduct of primaries and the submission of the list of candidates. The chairman maintains that the decision which upheld the powers of INEC to issue the election timetable on the one hand, and on the other hand, struck out the powers of INEC to set the timeline for political parties' primaries, was inconsistent and therefore sought a clearer judicial pronouncement. The INEC chief said the commission has filed appeals against both decisions and taken the necessary legal steps to obtain authoritative pronouncements from the appellate courts. The maiden edition of the ITV Corporate Cup 2026 has reached its climax, with NIFOR and Nigeria Breweries securing their places in the grand finale following dominant semi-finals final victories over their respective opponents. Solomon Aino has details.
The semi-final stage produced exciting football action as the participating corporate teams battle for a place in the historic final. NIFOR maintained their impressive form in the competition with a convincing 3-0 victory over 7-Up, displaying composure, discipline and attacking efficiency. The Research Institute controlled the game from start to finish and comfortably booked their spot in the finals. In the second semi-final encounter, Nigerian Breweries delivered the most emphatic performance of the tournament, overwhelming Money Point with a remarkable 9-0 victory. The dominant display underlined their title ambition as they marched into the championship final in style. Following the games, players and officials shared their thoughts on the results and commended the organization of the competition.
Thank God for everything, but I expect more to come because I pray to leave the trophy on the last day.
Although the game is a very fair game, at least there's a good turn-up, as in expectation as it was much on the tournament. But in terms of our next match, we pray, we hope to God, give all thanks to Allah. Maybe next match, maybe we might be able to do something better.
And the game was a good game, and I think we lost formation after the first 2 goals. We decided to play fluid, which was not really ideal. We were no longer tactical. And I want to give it to our opponents who made use of the opportunity. And I know that we'll learn from our mistake and we'll come back fully prepared to fight our way in the 3rd place. I think this is the first time something like this is being organized. And for the efforts that has been made by the organization, I want to give it up to them. They really did well. ITV has made a good gesture.
The outcome set up a highly anticipated final between NIFOR and Nigerian Breweries as both teams battle for the inaugural ITV Corporate Cup title. Meanwhile, 7-Up and Money Point will compete in the 3rd place playoff. Both matches are scheduled to take place on Friday, June 12, 2026. From Benin, Solomon Aino, ITV News.
And that sums it on ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igboje. TMI Socials is up next. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, Obesniagbe, Emanazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you Odion title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
the Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedo Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soto rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ipoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
TV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kì ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àlàyé àtọ́jú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ebuetua.
TV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Manawe Mari Esama Denena Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Ema Dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no dia mi Magame Manido Bekene Denena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Ewu Dori Ima Adia Wogene all the Diagmo Yano Mi Magame we need just to know me afar
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Benedion Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Benedion, Ukbonwa Benedion, Osawe Benedion, Edosa Benedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Benedion, as well as Agbong Steve Benedion, among other sons of Okada. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Benedion Wonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Eda Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I give you? Not over. Yes. Not those. Yes, we sit down and we sit down and oh, it's not here. We see.
Sama Tokpe. Sama Tokpe.
Wayagi makpome samane. Wayagi makpome samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will. Papa. Caliber was in a cocoa, no, we say, who paid you? Who paid you? Papa. Echo one as ever. Ever had lost the letter that we asked about my former. I will wait in it. A joke. Hey, Jonah will. Hey, Jonah, pull up. Hey, Jonah, Luria, why you why we go back? But John, we got that in and I had the way. Why we go out there when I'm not much of the
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorege Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse.
Hey!
It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated, according to tradition and customs. Those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ugie ni madonna imagine dion orero obesini agbe e manazo or ugie ni madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you Odion title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Abandonment of wife and children remains a growing concern in our Nigerian society. We're looking at the social, legal concerns, and outside the emotional trauma it comes with, the financial burden, the other challenges that could be associated with it. How can we resolve this, tackling it headlong? We started with the part 1 series last week, and we promised that we're going to be bringing you a part 2 of wife abandonment alongside the children. And basically we look at this and how we can tackle this headlong. And all of this has been an issue that many homes are suffering today. What is the responsibility of the husband, father in a home? And if the husband or father leaves the home, abandoning the responsibilities, what could be the consequence? Well, looking at the part 2 series, I still have the legal luminary with me, Emmanuel Obapolo. Big thanks for still being here.
It's a pleasure being here.
My name is Philip Omo-Gyukbo. Well, we interrogate this looking at the ADRO, because I understand the fact that there could be other ways, mechanisms that we can seek help in tackling the challenges that the wife and children could be faced with as a result of the abandonment by the husband. Okay, so how can we appropriate a definition of ADRO as it relates to this?
Okay, ADR simply means alternative dispute resolution, and by its meaning, literally, it means that it is another form of dispute, of resolving dispute without necessarily going through the traditional courtroom system. That's just what ADR means. Some persons could best describe it as settlement between parties or amongst parties without the traditional courtroom system. That is ADR.
Okay,
and the court does encourage ADR.
Okay, we understand that basically for us to kickstart resolution, it's not really always a common practice for sufferers or victims to head to the court. But again, how effective is this ADRO?
ADR is very effective, and it helps or assists
to lessen the burden on the courts. ADR, just now, like I did say from the outset, that the court does encourage alternative dispute resolution to matters that are even pending in court, where the court encourage the parties to go and resolve themselves or resolve whatever is the issue or issues between them or amongst them. And by so doing, most times the matter is resolved, they come back to court for court to give it a consent judgment in most times. So the ADR is very necessary just now, particularly in the 21st century that we find ourselves or that we are living in just now. I think ADR is a better means of resolving matter, because by the time the party themselves and whoever is the middleman that resolve the matter come to an amicable settlement or amicable resolution of whatever has been the issue or issues between or amongst them, I think it is better for them, and it promotes unity, it promotes friendship, and it promotes goodness amongst the persons.
What institutions constitute ADR channels?
Well, ADR, we have types of ADR. One, we have what is called negotiation. Negotiation is a process where the parties themselves, without necessarily involving a third party,
like the husband and the wife,
a mediator,
okay,
as the case may be, they resolve themselves in an amicable manner, and where they think they want to make it a binding document with respect to the negotiation that they've arrived at, they cannot seek for an expert, and that by so doing will lead to another type of alternative dispute resolution, which is known as expert determination. The expert is a person who is a professional in a particular field or profession or career, and that expert will guide the parties to an amicable resolution, wherein upon the resolution of whatever is the issue between them, it will now reduce it to writing, and it will have a binding force between or amongst the parties.
Okay, but I understand the fact that if we look at it, the ADR channel in resolving disputes that has to do with abandonment of wife and children, we may be having some constraints. Some have already critiqued that if the judgment or if the decisions taken at that level could be binding enough that one can also use for litigation, peradventure that channel fails. So how binding is such decisions?
Most times, ADR is binding between or amongst the parties when it is reduced into writing, and the parties themselves agree to whatever resolution they have arrived at is binding on them. If a party violates the resolution that has been reached between or amongst them, that document cannot be filed in court so that it will have a binding force by the court.
We have dispute resolutions like within the families, for instance, where the extended family can come in and resolve. How effective is that?
Well, it is effective because that is the traditional way of settling matters or issues amongst parties, as the case may be. And before now, families, where it has to do with matrimonial matters, whether it is marriage under the Act or marriage under the native law and custom, we have seen how families were able to resolve the parties. And it becomes binding because where the family toe the line of truth and justice,
exactly.
They arrive at an amicable settlement of whatever is the resolution between or amongst the parties. But where there is an atom or a concern of bias, that is where you begin to find out that the parties will begin to frown at whatever resolution they have arrived at. Even in court judgment, there are situations where because the court is not a magician, the court is not where the parties have been. The court is not privy to whatever has been the issue between the parties. It is what the parties bring to court that the court will now look at and evaluate and arrive at whatever decision the court arrives at. And we've seen where people will say, oh, this court judgment, I am not in agreement with it. And that is why the law, particularly the Constitution, provide for an alternative route, which is for the person to go upstairs. And we'll see appeals and counter appeals. And even just now, we have seen, particularly in election petition matters, even when the Supreme Court arrive at a judgment, people still frown at it. The parties, their well-wishers and privies and surrogates, they begin to talk about it. But the good thing is that you don't have any other place to go but to go to the court of public opinion. It becomes mere opinion and not a binding force.
Well, we're looking at this, but let's look at where some spouses could be dominant. While we could have some spouses that may not be dominant, where you just made mention of it, that there could be situations that will bring about bias, in all of this. Now, what can you say is the most effective way to resolve issues under this branch of abandonment of wife and children, looking at the ADR?
Most importantly, to my mind, I think the best way, alternative to resolving matrimonial matters, captured, be it abandonment of wife and children, be it abandonment of husband and children, whichever form or manner it takes, I think the traditional way of resolution of issues between or amongst parties should be the appropriate way. And
but some have frowned at it.
Yes.
Some have said that some families could be biased and take side with the man, for instance, because if you look at the traditional setting in Africa, the man seems to always have his way in everything. He's seen as the head of the home, and he's seen as someone who can never do wrong, even though there are skirmishes or features of him, going against the rules that binds the relationship. So in that case, don't you see some gaps that could be unclosed?
When we talk of marriage now, we are looking at the two types of marriage or marriages that we have. One, marriage under the act. Two, marriage under the native law and custom. And if you look at the traditional way of resolution of issues amongst parties, most times it favors marriage under native law and custom. And that is why those who have advocated for resolution of matrimonial matters have advocated that most times the alternative dispute resolution favors, more importantly, marriage under native law and custom. And by so doing, it is also in public domain that the resolution of marriage under native law and custom seem to favor the man more than the woman. And why is because most times the woman may be asked to refund the bride price paid on her head by the man. And when that is done, it is deemed that that marriage has died a natural death, or that marriage can no longer exist between the parties. But nobody seems to ask the question of what next? What compensation should also be given to the woman? Well, all toes towards a direction. And that direction, to my mind, seems to be that Africa is a man's world. But when you look at marriage under the act, and marriage under the act seem also to favor the woman, Because even upon the issuance of the certificate, particularly where the marriage is conducted in the church, and I've also witnessed marriages under the Act in a ministry of, what do you call this ministry now? Interior. Okay. Is it Ministry of Interior? Yes, correct. Ministry of Interior. I've witnessed some of them. Even the issuance of the certificate is to the woman. She's given to keep the certificate. What that simply means is that the certificate is her property. You get it? And the certificate also is a license for her protection. So, we're saying, anytime that there is...
So the certificate is a weapon of defense?
Yes, for our protection.
Okay.
So when there is, maybe that's why in some situations where there is crisis between the parties, you see the woman talking louder because she seems to have the weapon of protection in her custody.
Under the statutory acts.
Under the marriage, under the acts, or what is called, also called statutory marriage. So you cannot say that there is a divide. Marriage under the Act seems to favor the woman. Marriage under native law and custom seems to favor the man. Then where we have a situation where both parties contract marriage under the Act and marriage under native law and custom, we have made to understand that the marriage under the Act seems to swallow the marriage under native law and custom. And that is why in such situation, where there is dispute and they choose to go to court, the court now has jurisdiction over that matter. And the question of marriage under native law and custom will not arise. So, dispute resolution, the court can now look at it and see how, based on the facts before the court, evaluate same and come up with an appropriate or a proper judgment.
Okay. We'll take a short break this day. Good to have you join us once more. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omo-Gupon. I still have the legal practitioner with me, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Well, let's look at another aspect where it could be considered in the direction of the welfare of the children, for instance, and taking a child outside wedlock. Can we say such a child can also enjoy such proportionate support from the laws?
Yes, it depends. It is yes, and it is also no. Now, marriage contracted under the Act, where the child is gotten before that marriage, what the man needs to do is what the law refers to as acknowledgement. He needs to acknowledge that child to his spouse and family members. And where he doesn't, such child could be deemed illegitimate. But in our setting, particularly the African atmosphere, no child is illegitimate. No child. Particularly where a man, after contracting marriage under the Act or statutory marriage, and goes outside to carry out what I call
extramarital.
What I call satellite campuses, and have other children. The question now will be, will those children be legitimate children?
Would they enjoy the rights?
Would they enjoy such rights? The answer also is a yes and a no. But the man must have acknowledged those children in the presence of members of his family.
So acknowledgement is the basis for giving them that right, for them to be endowed with.
Yes, it's the qualification.
Otherwise, they won't be able
They remain whoever they are. Yes.
But you said under the African setting, for instance,
no child is
illegitimate.
And by virtue of the provision of Section 42, subsection 2.
But shouldn't that be also the way forward? Because if we are to look at reforms in the direction of giving rights to children, it isn't the blame wouldn't be on the child if the father refuses to acknowledge. And so by virtue of that, shouldn't there be reforms in our laws where, whether by acknowledgement or not, as long as a child is born and is determined to see that the child is the father is the biological father of such a child, shouldn't that be the way forward for reforms? The question so that the child can enjoy the rights, whether being acknowledged or not.
The question would be, how do you determine whether the child is the biological child of that person, particularly where the person is deceased?
DNA test, of course, we have that.
You see the process. However, Section 42, subsection 2 of the extant Nigerian Constitution prohibits the illegitimacy of any person.
Exactly.
Of any person. You cannot, by his state of birth or statutes, now determine the legitimacy or illegitimacy of
or deny the child of
his rights. You cannot by that. But you know,
so we have such laws. Is that
yes, Section 42, subsection 2. It guarantees the safety of that child.
So in a situation where a father, for instance, denies such a child acknowledgement, can that child exercise such litigation in court?
Yes, and it is going to be.
Can that child exercise such right in court?
Right, that child can. But you know the process that the child is going to go through, because there's going to be a lot of hurdles for him to cross, particularly where the people begin to ask so many questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? Who is your mother? Where is your mother? How did you get to know so and so is your father? Okay, if that is the case, let us go and do DNA test. And you know that process must first be completed, must first be determined before you cannot say, okay, is a legitimate child of our brother.
Okay, but
so that a stranger will not come and claim legitimacy where he ought not to belong to that family.
Okay, are you bringing a consideration where the man could be deceased?
Yes, that's where the man is deceased.
Otherwise, if the man is not
deceased, is not deceased,
it's just a DNA test.
Yes,
if he denies it.
It is even the paternity question of that child will be from the man and not from anyone else. But where the paternity question, where the man is deceased, the paternity question will now come from members of the family and probably the wife. And you know the woman must ask that question.
But when we have a challenge where the man refuses to acknowledge or recognize that the child, he is the legitimate father of such a child, what happens?
Thank God for science. DNA will solve the question. That the question of the legitimacy of that child or the paternity.
Is the man bound by any obligation to surrender himself for a DNA? Doesn't he have the right
he must
to refuse?
As long as the child says, you are my father, and the child gives reasons that will bring the question of who owns this child from the evidence presented by the child, the man is bound to subject himself.
How is he bound? By the virtue of the fact that the so-called son is saying that he is the father?
Yes.
Peradventure now denies. I said, I'm not your father.
How can he?
So what could happen to make the man to be bound by the act to surrender himself for a paternity test?
The child could go to court.
Exactly.
Constitute an action in court against the supposed father. And the court will grant his request for a paternity test, that the man should subject himself to DNA test to determine the paternity of the child. He has that right.
I said that to say this because most times we have such strong-headed men that will say whether no matter whose ox is God, they will want to go through that test because probably they know themselves that they must have committed one act or the other that brought about such incidents, you know. But going forward, what could be the reforms? Like a challenge where some have raised, a question that was raised. If the woman, for instance, suffers neglect emotionally, could the court also address that aspect where compensations can be made for the woman who was neglected by the spouse, even though after the remedy has been done, comes in and takes care of the financial obligation? But what about the emotional neglect? Can such a woman seek redress in court in that direction?
Yes. Like I did say, the Violent Against Persons Prohibition Acts provide for that. I know that could be that is criminal. It means that the man is going to go through a criminal trial
for a man to leave his wife.
Yes.
For allowing her to go through such emotional trauma.
Yes.
The man could be charged for that.
Yes.
And not abandoning financially or the financial burden, no. Just emotional, as in abandoning her, not even sleeping with her.
Emotionally. Can
the man be charged to court for that?
Yes, he can be charged. It's an abandonment. He can be charged. If you know that you just keep her and you don't want it, what you need to do, you file for divorce. You file for divorce.
So it's the responsibility of the man to play his role in that relationship.
Responsible father.
Otherwise, if he fails to play his role, the woman can sue.
Yes, as a responsible father or a responsible husband, you need to do the need.
What about the man says he's not in the mood?
It's not in the mood. Then file for divorce.
Never in the mood to be close to the woman.
Then file for divorce, and not to just keep her and abandon her. And probably, and you know, in such situation where emotionally you abandon the other spouse, then the possibility of abandoning her financially is also there. Is that it must be tied to it. Every form of responsibility that you ought to take with respect to the spouse, you withdraw them and neglect the spouse.
We've seen men. You know, we can't place a number on it, but let's say majority or 50% of men, or less than that, anyways.
Only God can do what no man can do. However, Nigerians can no longer pay for transport. However, Nigerians be want come out for house, may they go hustle for their daily bread. But the transport when they want to come out, it already work the daily bread for the house. When you calculate the transport when you want to come out, go hustle. Go reach where you want to go hustle, come back. But His Excellency, those new Chacha CNG bus where you buy, where them they? I know the day government has, but when we want start to the user, you know say this kind of election time now in Nigeria still they happy. We don't see how say you don't buy sharp. Papa, how are you? Well, I don't know. Anyway, you did for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, they watch us online. We must continue to thank you. This bus don't reach like 10 years now. Now the former governor. Abi, don't reach 10 years.
They go 16 years.
This bus don't go 16 years.
16 years.
Let me say we are due for new one.
Yes. Overdue.
That's why Akpakomisa don't go carry some come now. That one not they use diesel and fuel. And I CNG. I been an electric bus. Our governor go buy also. Na CNG.
100 naira.
No, not be 100 naira. For this election time, a free Mayana. No, for this election time, from now till January 16, now free. If they not carry us free, we'll change it for them. 300 naira. Who wants to die for the 300 naira? This is not there. This is not there. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Whoa.
Whoa. I beg. Those new bus bring and come out. Make them go pack all this one. Abi?
Yes, Edo people deserve it.
Edo people deserve.
We deserve to have a new bus.
A new bus.
Yes. Yes.
Let's say never enter street.
I bet may enter. May enter.
What they pay you for back?
If they pay me for, if I don't even get space to pull my leg. You know, see.
They should
prepare and add it to it.
No.
Also, waiting they happen.
Comfort. Okay, this your son. No wonder.
Okpa was the try for me.
Yes.
What you try for
my brother.
Okay, but the transport, you know, say transport. This is not there. This is not there. From where to where?
From AVP to.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Cause in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. I know say you don't buy, but bring them out. I don't say they shine. I don't it's shining. But hunger dey. Transportation, however, transportation is one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria. Even me as a worker, whether they work for private sector or government sector, you go see I'm say transportation don't take 90% of our salary. Now, hear what? May I tell you what they do now? They say all the hustle, they hustle now. They say now belly and toilet with the hustle I put.
Now so what if you save again?
What it concern you for what I talk so? What it concern you?
I make help you finish am.
Say
Not be the country we dey.
Say the work where they work. Na belly.
Na bella oh, no if you save again.
You mean say Nigerians now as a civil servant, you know if you save like 2 million naira. After you don't receive your salary, you know if you get 2 million naira as balance. No, say as a Nigerian, you don't work, pay house rent, feed their children, pay school fees, don't do it. You know if you get 2 million naira as balance for your. Let me say you be your boy now. Don't be say you dey work.
When you want see am,
We will increase your salary. This new bus, you go enjoy the AC.
Amen.
The new bus is coming.
Make the new bus quick come. And you bring it and make NEPA light day. No light, no light for
you go buy solar fan.
No.
All the old women don't buy solar fan. So they carry solar fan follow body now.
You go
buy inverter fridge. Go buy solar fridge. We not go fit wait for NEPA again. We not fit wait for light. They want to kill us in this country. Everybody that they buy solar for us. Go borrow money from Lapo. And then they go. If to say not be public transport, if you see Nigerians they trek. Even so many Nigerians now don't park their vehicle now. They don't park big men now. People don't park their motor.
Yes, because of fuel. When it's too expensive.
Now this Iran-American war na cause. Na cause.
We not get refinery.
No, now because of the American.
We not get refinery.
Donald Trump don't want Iran now.
We not get refinery.
You know, you say we don't give out to Chinese company. You know, yeah. Excellency, I beg bring out the new bus. I beg. Oh, we'll bring out the new bus. This is about 15 years. We don't to repair this motor. Bring out the new. Okay.
Wetin dey happen?
Oh, your money, oh.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira. But you don't tell her to enter this bus. We say make government may bring out the new bus.
We not increase, oh.
Wait, that may be the answer. Wetin dey happen?
See the way people they rush enter public bus.
Wetin dey happen?
Say go carry. Say go carry.
Now, no, it's Excellency. As an area journalist, as an area journalist, this new bus, so make Edo people enjoy this bus till the end of this year. In fact, till January 16th.
Where this one now?
Mother, you don't see all that small bus enter where you call the enter this one. You don't see small one enter. You don't take up. Where you can enter this cheap one?
It's not cheap now.
It's cheap.
I go say cheap. It's not cheap.
This one is supposed to be free bus. No. 300 is it cheap? It's not cheap. It's supposed to be free.
You know, you say fuel don't go up.
Okay, why did they want us to vote for them? Is it not because of all this?
Now they tell her now, may carry you free from now till January 16.
See me now, I want to pay. I want to pay.
Oh my governor!
For this bus, I'm also a passenger. I stay in Airport Road. Just now you are in Airport Road. We do queue for it because it's cheaper. The other buses are carrying 600, 700. You know, in this economic now, we cannot afford to pay such amount. That's why we are trying to manage and queue for the bus. But we queue. We are many.
The governor have bought new Shasha bus.
We thank him. Long may he reign.
That bus AC deal.
Yes, we knew.
That bus not be cho.
You mean it?
That bus not be diesel, not be
fuel.
You
mean it?
That bus now.
Bus for our governor.
Is that the hype? Where are you going? Where are you going? Now you the enter goes Ghana or South Africa. I want to personally warn and tell you people the truth and nothing but the truth. Santana. Madam, how business? How you the family? People they complain. I not talk say now. People they complain. Say that they sell Santana, whether if they buy a riches, you call risky. Government wants start to call the checker now. Government wants start to check the Santana now.
We trust what we do because we dey eat from inside the Santana. We dey eat from inside. So me now, I go do wetin no good. I will come dey eat from inside. I dey eat from inside.
If I buy this Santana go house now, like how many days if you stay for house?
Like this one where it be like this now. If you stay 1 week, nothing will do am.
1 week?
Yes, nothing will do am. He gets starch. The one where no get starch, 3 days he don't dey pere.
Okay, may I tell you now what people when they chop Santana they complain. They say why be say Santana the smell, the cassava scent, it is scent where. These are people just chop Santana and once you tell them say chop them. If you just open some, what did they cause am?
That one another person go answer that one.
What did they cause am?
I don't know, my own not the smell.
Your own not the scent?
I said my own not the scent like that.
Not the smell like that. Because if you put them for water and say you soak them, you quick wash them. Once, if you too take for ground, now you go get that odor.
Yeah.
But if you quick wash them, quick make them, you know get that odor.
How much for that one now? 100 naira.
200.
For one?
3,500.
And for restaurants, now they sell on 1,000, 1,500 though.
3,500 for this one, sir. 3,500 for that big one. This one 8,500. From 9.
Give me 500 naira. I get now me. Wait. Me and my 4 children, and my wife and dog. No, not that.
This one at 8 I'll give you.
8. And some restaurant they sell on 1,500 naira. No say for this country they know they shame again. No, they. Okay, inside the Santana 500 when I buy. Now inside the soup, pepper. Oh yeah.
Now 9 I give them.
500 naira. That means say if I open restaurant now, how much I'll get for this one now? I buy how many? Give me 9 for 500. 200 naira. With soup. Thank you, eh? Thank you. So cut now. Thank you.
I greet you.
Don't chop to me.
I never chop. Seriously.
You never chop today?
I never chop.
Open market for us.
Is this everywhere? It's has to be. They don't pack everybody come outside though. They say they want to do the market. So right now, they're hungry.
You know, like as government, they do the market?
I like as they do this thing, but I don't know what they will not just evacuate everyone like that now.
You sabi chop satana?
I sabi chop amo. I sabi chop amo.
Like how many satana you fit chop?
If I say 4, I go finish 4. Only
4 satana?
Only 4. I did tell you.
Like which kind of soup you use?
I will use correct melon soup.
Melon soup? Simbangasi water leaf.
Yeah, water leaf. All of the portion is a
market. You like to chop satana?
Too much.
You like how well?
Where?
Or dash you satana?
Okay. Hey.
You buy and they hot. Open na me, you know say na satana dash you.
I don't see her.
Na 4.
I don't see her. Ibabo.
I buy and dust now.
Okay. God will bless you. God will bless you.
Na 4, na 7, 6, 9 days side.
Okay, I want to do the menu too.
You fit chop up. Carry, they go. Carry. I just buy and dust now.
No problem.
Mama can say find somebody where you go dash.
They
so I ask you just now, you dey hungry, so you dey hungry.
No ma.
And I true you they tell me.
I didn't tell you so. Madam, no concern if soup no day.
No concern you. Enjoy. Go enjoy the satana. Go enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
Enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
May I help you with something?
Yes.
Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from your leg at a check on Gulf Road. You know Lily Hotel?
Where you they go?
I dey go Ekenwa Road.
And you don't get transport fare?
I don't get transport fare. Even though I get mercy here, even though I never take am.
I just surprised when you come meet me. Just surprised you come meet me. See.
And I God say make I meet you, sir. Na God do am. I know say you must give me something. God will bless you. God will bless you. Your work, they will promote you more. We have been hearing of you for inside radio. And they will promote you more. God bless you.
Enjoy. I don't suffer, not be small. On per se, I get sense.
Poverty no good at all. Now I make I join this business.
No, you know what this man? This is not my Chinese, that Nigerian Chinese guy. This is the only Benin man where they speak Chinese.
You see, China make parable last 2 weeks. He said, "Chao la, chao la, You know the meaning? They said they don't already buy our property finish for Nigeria. Very soon, if you know less China, you know get where you see work. Only talk to Chinese. What did they tell you so? Very soon, we'll be a second slave to China if we not take time.
You shall talk to us how the situation of the country.
For the situation of the country, under Kuku Chinging on the hall. The more you look, the more you see, not be less again. The more you look, the more you see.
Wetin concern you concern hammer.
I just show my love. We'll see. I just show, not the adjustment of Aru again. Not the adjustment. Either you agree or you no agree. They borrow money, you say you know they. Anything concerning Nigeria, na stand that they stab am. Oga do wetin go favour you. Issue. What's on your belly that they come out to? Nigeria no go affect you at all.
Dominica tell me no Domema. Salon forget tell me no Domema. I don't dey go. Okay. How do you also know?
Bro, I don't get your number.
Man, give my number.
You get many things. I defend you for long. I beg.
Agree to.
I beg you.
Number 0080 55 40 73 59. Help me tell Nigerians make we be our brother's keeper. Chinese.
No. No be say we not like to be our border keeper. Unless say our gospels don't spoil. To be a brother's keeper nowadays. Your brother, when you say you want be a keeper, he don't remove gospels come out for your back. So your code according to your materials, your size no dey market.
As people they watch us now, they feel say you know they okay.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
We must continue to thank God for our life. I sincerely sympathize with the families of people who be said they don't die. Untimely deaths don't kill so many innocent Nigerians. May their soul rest in peace. However, Nigerians, they call on the federal government of Nigeria. Make them sharply. Nigerians, they call on the Nigerian army. Nigerians, they call on the Nigerian police. Nigerians, they call on all the security apparatus for Nigeria. Make them wake up, because Nigerians are not smiling because of the way things going to happen now for this our country. However, we must continue. Agree to. Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Agree to now. Mommy, how are you? Everybody they holla. Good morning. Why una block the road? Why una block the road? Why una block the road?
Why una go block the road? Why police decided to kill our members? The one way hungry no kill. Now police come to kill them. Why una go block road? Opera they suffer, where keke they suffer. Now police they kill them now.
What happen?
Nothing happen.
Wait, una block the road, abi una park the keke?
We block the road. We need justice.
You did that, what happen?
Oh, not in a night it happen. But eyewitness, they say, see what happen.
Now police station from the corner, commissioner of police and they come from so. I see your people that they go outside. But they say we can't really investigate the matter.
Okay.
The truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
What happen? The person die, be still alive.
He die.
The keke rider don't die.
Yes, sir.
What happen?
Now, one policeman yesterday night around 9 to 10 for Osumbolen, that keke rider, they want to carry a wife with his family for where it is same market for Osumbolen. The man park. According to people who did deal, they said the man park. So now the policeman, they work out the come. Now he can with the leg go, you know carry motor, you know carry bike. Now leg they use you. Now he can say the man park for center of road. Now the man say how I park for center of road where barrow they pass, they pass there. Now from there, now he can tell us say make a park where. Now he say you don't already park where. See walk away the walkway where they there. Now from there they can change where. Now he come out the tear gas. I can spray for nose. Before you know the man fell down. Before people come they shout, make a come help. Before one of our brother come run go there, the man already give up. Before they all can go hospital. No still.
Now in for the impact with this, the keke rider.
Yes.
One chairman for the park self.
All of them go straight.
No, wetin this man talk so na true. I been wetin you hear or wetin you see.
Na true be that. Na true. And that man always dey do am. He dey drink akai. Sometimes he go come here. He go enter drop. The policeman. He go enter drop. He carry and reach your house for Basua. He carry 500 give you. If you see he talk too much, he go bring gun. Sometimes na dagger. He go say if you dey anyhow. Na police.
Ogida police station.
No, they say for I want to.
But what police officer can do for this side? They stay for this side.
And he used to enter our keke when he's going. So he used to enter here whenever he's going back home. So he usually trek when coming back. So I was so surprised to see the man decide to.
But the police officer they drink.
They drink.
Our new IG said they don't want to see any police officer when they drink.
This one always they drink day and night. They know the Nagogoro man.
He's even drunk yesterday night.
No, we be say your colleague don't die now. What do you want make government do now?
We want justice.
Justice. Make them sack the police officer or with justice. The dead body not go rise again.
Because
no, the dead body not go rise again.
No go rise, but we want justice from the government.
Which kind of justice?
Sometimes we dey hear public execution for this kind of matter. We no want may they put the person for sale later they will go and see him for street. We don't want it that way. Make government do the needful and warn the police say make they stop their brutality. It's no good. We don't like it. They don't treat us well, but police supposed to be our friend. But the way the police they treat masses is as if we are enemy to them. So we don't want that.
Police officers are supposed to protect life.
They're supposed to be our
But you know
friend.
here the way they talk the story, how it happen.
I hear everything. I hear how it happen. Like I was saying, Nigeria police officer supposed to protect life
and property.
Not to the destroy, not to the key. You understand? So I dey beg those state government, make them, even all these officers, if not to go carry them, go find out whether most of them no go training at all.
Okay. Make we do the other flip side. Wait, make I just ask people because we don't see them say Nigerian police now they be the nearest security officer to protect us. Yes. But what do you not like for police? What they do?
Number one, the brutality and oppression. The brutality of police is too much.
If you not give the 200.
You understand? Just like yesterday when I was going to Saple Road, police blocked me close to that, what do you call, that roundabout. Yes. No, not 5 Junction. That roundabout where, for Saple Road, yes. He was saying this is, what do you call, Salah. I must settle him for Salah, saying we want to go Salah. Now tell us, what is me, I'm a Christian. I know that if I settle you, who will settle my own?
That's why you don't like police.
Not be say why. That is why I don't like police.
Your children join police.
No.
Okay. Why you not like police?
Okay.
What do you not like for police?
I know free talk say I don't like police. Police now our friend and they are there to protect life and property. What we don't like, what I don't like about them, that operation, forcing people to collect money because it's happened to me in this road by Ogo Street Junction. When they mount their red block there, as I drive my keke reach there, the next thing police say, man, I give her money. I say, okay, I no get money.
If you get opportunity to join police, you join.
Okay, I know sure they go join. The way they see the police, the way they see, I know sure they go.
What do you not like for police?
Police.
What I got it? They must give her money.
Oga, you see police, they too oppress people. They know they do their work. And many of them, they don't go training. Then pass back, put them. Not all of them, search them, sir. They are not going to training. Then pass back, enter. That's why the operation is too much for the next Nigeria.
Make your child.
God forbid. Go do waiting.
Times our Nigerian police need better reform. This guy now, if I ask a question now, what do you not like about police? Just the hear what he want to talk. Police are your friend now.
No be nowadays. Now before. Me I dey come for somewhere like this now. Back where I be fly before I enter bus the Coring Road. I dey come for Sapele. So they first day for there in the evening. This morning they still dey there. As they say, I wear clothes, I dey dress well.
You do this guy.
One or two things.
Everything.
So I just call the notice. They can't stop my bike. So other bikes they pass where girls sit down, where women sit down. They just stop my bike, collect the bike man key. They start to search me. They say search yourself. I say, officer, see my back. Now power back the inside and other things. He say open now, Abi they create all these 1 or 2 things. For Sapele for Idogbo side. Not on Idogbo, Abi I don't forget the street. So I was like, okay, man, no go outrash the maid. They don't go say I no talk when I make a converse.
But anytime you see police, you dey fear.
Why I go fear? I don't carry any exhibit or anything.
But they suspect you.
They always suspect. They try to misunderstand me. So 1 or 2 things. So you just need to just remain calm.
But you like join police.
If my friend Papa be police, I go avoid that person.
Or you join EFCC.
I not there anyone.
Or DSS.
Not all of them are one.
Or vigilante.
All of them are one.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Isoton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ayaba Atwaje, Aba Atwaje.